Alrighty. Hello, everybody, and welcome to UBC 2025 Gaming Expo. How's everyone's day today? Good to hear. That's what I want to hear. Okay, so I would like to first thank UBC for granting me this opportunity to present our new product that's going to be launching in North America in March. So that's going to be our Drunk Tier A75 Masters model, which is coming very, very soon to North America. It has already been published in Asian countries, but it's just starting to roll out in North America. Could you switch the slide, please? Okay, so I would like to first start off with a bit of who we are and what our history looks like. I'm sorry, I don't have a clicker, so I have to rely on the UBC team to flip these pages for me. So we're a OEM. We manufacture mechanical keyboards that are designed with magnetic switches. And a lot of our functions are designed for competitive esports. So we have a lot of competitive edge when it comes to FPS games, and that's where our target audience is. So if you don't mind just playing the videos for our audience here. So we have something called Rapid Trigger, and this is a technology that is designed to be able to give you full control over your strafing in competitive esports and shooters. And this it almost feels like cheating, which is why the Counter-Strike community will look down on you if you do decide to use it, as it gives quite a bit of an edge. And then as for the next slide, we can give you... I apologize, that was not planned. But please play the video for our flagship product, A75 Pro. Yeah, no worries. It's okay, it's okay. My goodness. Hello, hello? Alrighty, technical difficulties, it happens. So yeah, as you can see here, we have Rapid Trigger in its full display. You're able to control your characters a lot better and have much more precise movements, which is why it is so influential in a game like Counter-Strike and Valorant, where movement is very, very much mandatory. Alrighty, and then for the next slide, there is a quick product render for our flagship model, A75 Pro. Okay, so a bit about our history. We were founded in 2018, and we have our head office in Hong Kong. We wanted to design a product that was meant to revolutionize the gaming industry as well as competitive gaming scene. So we asked ourselves, how can we make the best mechanical keyboards? To which we spent around 3 years dedicating our time into research and development, to which then we launched our product and entered mass production in roughly 2022, in which we have sold really well. Our flagship product would be the A75, which made a global impact in the terms of mechanical keyboards. And then on top of the momentum, we took with our A75 as well as a popularity increase with Wu-Ting. We were able to ride on that high and then produce more and more innovative products, and it brought us to where we are today. So I can't disclose too much of what's going to happen in 2025 just yet, but there will be a lot more models and a lot more new technology coming through for the year of 2025, and it will mostly take place in the first half of the year, so please do look towards that. Okay, so as I've mentioned earlier, our target consumers are keyboard enthusiasts, esports enthusiasts, competitive players, and people who want more. So our product, again, is very, very much dedicated to providing better performance and better edge for our competitive players, in which we want to perfect as much as possible in the year of 2025. One more. Okay, so for our primary offerings, these are some of our older products, but our main the main star of today's show is actually going to be the A75 Masters, which we do have here, and this will be displayed at our table later. So if you do want to come by, drop by and check it out, this will be on display for you guys to try out as well. Okay, so what sets us apart from the other companies? So Wooting was actually the first company to have started this trend with magnetic switches and keyboards. We were able to perfect their technology. So the first generation of magnetic switches keyboard used induction. So what that meant is that it generated a lot of heat. There was higher response time, and then it led to lower durability because of the heat generated. And the delay and the response time was actually not that fast because it was the first generation of technology. As for us, we actually took that technology and developed a magnetic chip. So with the chip, we're able to achieve greater stability, lower heat, and it was a lot more durable. So it wears down a lot less, and it is able to provide much better response times, which matters a lot when it comes to intense situations in FPS games and competitive settings. And don't just take our word for it, as we have some reviews here from our customers. You can go through. Yeah, so a lot of our customers are quite satisfied with how they perform. We understand that there has been some feedback wanting us to improve on certain aspects, which we all have taken into considerations. In the up and coming 2025 year, we will be focusing more on the software, on the drivers, and new packaging. And everything will be built from the ground up, basically once again, to push for a better product in 2025 onwards. Okay, so the main point of today's speech will be the launching of A75 Masters in North America, and then the price point will be set at $289 USD. I know it sounds like a lot, but please do come by our booth and table and give the keyboard a try for yourselves. As of currently, it is actually selling out faster than we can manufacture in Asia, so it definitely has some potential, and the technology should speak for itself. Okay, so moving on to the future of our brand. So we have quite a bit of plans for 2025. We want to improve our software, as I mentioned earlier, but the main point here I want to take a look at is actually the other peripherals that we will also be producing. So we're going to have a lot of new keyboard models, A75 Masters being the first one that's going to be launching in North America in March. And as the quarters go on, there will be more models coming out for the older models. That means newer products, newer parts, and newer software updates. So everything with the older models will be upgraded once again. And then moving on to the second half of the year, we will be also producing things like headsets, mouse, and mouse pads. You can just go past it because it's supposed. Okay, so that basically wraps up for our time today. As little time as I had today, I would like to thank UBC again for providing me with this opportunity. And if there's anything, questions, or business concerns you might have, you can please feel free to contact me. Our communications sources are all here, and you can also drop by my table as well. Thank you, everybody, and have a good day at UBC 2025.
Thank you again, Eric from Junk Deer, for speaking. Okay, our next sponsor that we're going to be having come up is Bob from Pelly.
Imagine a place where you.
And can we give a big round of applause for Bob from Pellyplat again?
Thank you. Hi, folks. I'm Bob from Pellyplat. We are a global platform for film enthusiasts and television lovers. I'm going to start with a video, and then I'll talk about more about our platform after that. So feel free to roll the tape.
Imagine a place where your thoughts could turn into stories. Welcome to Peliplat, a global hub for film lovers and creators. With over 2.5 million members and 25,000 plus creators, Peliplat connects people through reviews, articles, discussions, and recommendations, available in English, Spanish, and Portuguese. We host over 60 events yearly through global partnerships, sponsoring international festivals and collaboration with universities to support future talent. Enter peliplat.com and immerse in the experience. Together, let's Peliplat.
So Peliplat started a few years ago in Latin America. The Spanish version of our site is currently the largest. A little update on that video. We actually just crossed 3 million registered users. So the site has three parts to it, basically. We've got a database, kind of like an IMDb type situation, where you can go and find all the information you want about film or television or whatever you're interested in. Then we've got our community-focused side, which is all mainly what we're building right now. So it's focused on articles, discussions, getting people together, talking about film and TV. We're going for something that's a little more in-depth than like a letterboxd, where you're actually having to like write a little bit about what you think about the movie or the TV show that you're talking about. And yet we're still kind of also different from Rotten Tomatoes in that we're very user-focused. We're not looking for like classic film criticism of any kind on our platform. We're looking for like, how did the movie make you feel? It might be a movie that critics trashed, but you loved it. Tell us why. Come on the platform and talk about it. We want to get those discussions going. That's what it's all about at Peliplat. We also have a third phase to our website, our content co-creation platform. That's going to be launching this year, and it's basically a place where you can come and basically you can work on any story that you have going, whether it's related to film and TV or not, any content that you have in your head that you want to hone, whether you're a professional writer, an amateur writer, anything at all. We're going to be having basically a content co-creation hub for you to come with, get feedback on your stories, talk to experts, talk to other writers, connect with folks, collaborate, all of that. But right now, we would love for you folks to come and enter one of our writing challenges. So each month, we run 3 different topics for a writing challenge, in case you're not sure what you want to write about. Every month, we do a fresh film, so basically anything that you've seen recently that really got you going and you want to write about it, feel free to come and write about that. The other 2 topics that we have for this month is the character that I would most like to date. So if you've ever seen a character in film or TV that you thought, hey, I'd really love to ask them out on a date, come and tell us about it. The third one is it's kind of the opposite. It's a hard turn for the third one, but it's my favorite on-screen killer. So a bit of a different, people that aren't too romantic, you can talk about killing. So those are our 3 topics right now. Our challenges are awarded cash. So basically, if you come and write, there's 2 ways to win. You can get people to like your article and raise to the top of the charts with the most likes. The top 10 have cash prizes attached to them. And then there's also the editor's pick. So if you write a really great article, unfortunately, people aren't liking it, but it's really well written, our editors will find it, and we award 1 editor's pick each month as well. You can win up to $2,400 US with these prizes. So there's a lot on the line there. You can come and check that out. We're right over there. There's Adrian and Catalina. I'll be over there with them as well. If you have any questions, anything you want to know about Peliplat, we are right over there. Enjoy the rest of the expo. Thank you so much to Hamza and the esports folks for having us here. We really appreciate it. And yeah, hope to chat with you over at our booth. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Peliplat. Okay, I want to announce our next sponsor. It will be Celeste from Rogers speaking. Can we give her a big round of applause as well? Hi, everyone. My name is Celeste Basanillo. I'm the Senior Director for Telesales at Rogers Communications. On behalf of Rogers, we're really excited to be here at the UBC Gaming Expo and support initiatives that empower players, foster community, and also expand on the partnership that we have with UBC. Fun fact, Rogers was actually just awarded the most reliable internet by OpenSignal in Canada, which means when you're playing games at home that you can expect and deliver that will have ultra low latency for your internet. Henry and his team will be over at the table over there if you want to learn anything more. And thank you again to UBC and their esports division to just having us here today. And I hope everyone has an amazing time today. Short. No problem. Thank you so much. Make sure to check out their booths. All of our sponsors are there. And lastly, I would just like to invite up our last sponsor, which is Kevin from Gallon.
Let's give another round of applause again. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I know we're a little bit behind schedule, so I'll try and speed run through a little presentation I want to give on talking about the state of esports in 2025. So just gonna give it a second. While I'm up here, I'll introduce myself real quick. My name's Kevin Deere. I started the Smash Bros department at the UBCEA Sports Association 10 years ago now, back in May 2015. So I've seen this club come a long way over the years. These days, I work full-time in esports. I run my own esports event production company, Gallant Gaming. So yeah, let's talk about esports in 2025. First up, the current landscape. I don't mean to be doomer here, but unfortunately, esports is in a tough space. Viewership numbers on the decline. Huge orgs like Cloud9, TSM, FlyQuest, orgs that we really love, are unfortunately laying off their key employees. We're seeing orgs entirely shutter their doors and sponsors leaving our scene. So a little bit of tough news, but I truly think we can push past this. There is still money coming into esports. There's 4 sources I like to say esports is getting money from. 1, governments are investing more into esports now than ever before. With events like the International Esports Olympics actually happening as a part of the Olympic Committee, like officially, the Esports World Cup, you have schools all across Canada that are investing to create esports programs, building esports arenas. There's a lot of money coming in from governments. Some of this stuff is actually crazy. You look at what's going on in Qiddiya in Saudi Arabia, and they're building entire cities dedicated and devoted to esports. So there is no shortage of money coming in from there. Next is, what do I have on here? I have gambling. So esports has always had gambling from way back in the days. Used to bet Counter-Strike skins on matches. Esports gambling is finding ways through regulations to actually become legal and actually happening above board. You've got Canadian companies like Rivalry putting millions of dollars into building infrastructure for esports betting. So that's one of the sources. Next is crypto. People in crypto have a lot of money, as you can imagine, and a lot of these crypto whales are very passionate about gaming and esports, so they're throwing money at crypto esports and gaming projects. As you may have already known, some of these projects don't go the best, but there are some great sources of money coming in as well from crypto. Orgs like Nouns and even Coinbase are investing great money into good, positive contributing events. Lastly, there still is money coming in from sponsorships. There are sponsors who have found out ways to effectively connect with our gamers and our communities and find the ROI and investment that they're looking to achieve by connecting with esports gamers. Esports events continue to also be in a pretty tough landscape because the indirect ROI on them. Esports events just generally don't make much money. Game developers are the main ones investing money into creating these events. Like you see the Mid-Season Invitational or League Worlds, the money and budget for these events come from these game developers, and they're all doing it generally at a loss because ultimately they need to do these things to build their esports communities, and at the end of the day, it will sell more skins, so indirect ROI. But consumers in esports don't pay for content, they don't pay to watch things. You can never do a pay-per-view stream in esports. But those are the things that continue to cost more and more money, the broadcast and stream production. So esports events are also in a very tough spot right now to figure out their financial sustainability. But I'm gonna give you guys a couple of my outs and ins for what I think we need to do in 2025 for esports. So next slide here. Out with esports is marketing. For so much of my life, I've heard this statement describe esports. Esports is marketing. And I do agree, marketing is an important component of esports because at the end of the day, why do a lot of brands and companies invest into esports? It's so that they can reach our very prime audience and demographic, 18 to 30-year-olds, often with disposable income, who are buying skins and buying gaming PCs and buying these products. So at the end of the day, esports is marketing was one of the ethos of how we funded esports, but the challenge is it's not the most sustainable sometimes. And when these numbers start to go downwards, a lot of these companies also start to disappear. And this ethos causes esports to prioritize some KPIs that I don't think are ultimately the most important one for our community and our industry. The KPIs like hours watched, unique viewers, unique attendees, every event is trying to get as big as they can on these KPIs, but these KPIs to the attendees oftentimes are not the most important part of what esports is all about. So out with esports' marketing and in with, next slide here, esports is culture, community, and competition. Maybe it's a bit of a cheat to have three different things, but I think these three C's are actually what's at the core of esports. First up, esports is culture. Read literally any of these statements. My favorite one, I force-stalked him so hard on FD that he rage quit. Even if you've never played Smash Bros, you probably can understand what I mean by this statement. Culture is a shared set of customs, understanding, values, and beliefs. You know what grinding ranked means. You know what a pro streamer is. You probably know who Ludwig is. You can agree with me that Faker is the GOAT. These things are the shared culture. And I'll share with it later on, but I think we need to continue building a positive and healthy culture in esports. Next up is community. You, just by being here today, are a part of the esports community and contributing to it. In 2025, now more than ever, it's really hard for people to find communities and that shared sense of belonging. And so that's why I think we need to continue. We all love gaming, we all love esports, and that's why we're here together. You all feel like you belong and can find friends with mutual interests. Next up is competition. I think that this is truly what's at the core of all esports. Why do we like gaming and watching esports? Because we like to watch people push these games to the peak. We like to see their skill expression and when you watch Faker outplay someone 1v4, you know just what he's doing and how cracked he is at the game. And the unique part about esports is most of us are also players. So we're also investing in our own competitive growth, our own grind, our skill set development. So these three C's are what I think we need to continue to focus on in esports. Next slide, please. The future. So focusing on building an inclusive, accessible culture in esports is critical in 2025. The beauty of esports is anybody can play games. It's as easy as just downloading it, going to the UBCEA Gaming Lounge, whatever you want to do. Esports is so accessible, and we need to continue promoting this diversity and accessibility in esports. Sorry, we can just stay on that slide. Community, in the community realm, it's just continuing to be present. The nice thing about esports is the bar is so low, the barrier to entry is so low to start doing things in esports. It's as simple as starting a Discord server, starting a weekly, or just playing an in-house with a couple of your friends. There's so many ways that you can actively be a part of your communities, and honestly, just by being here, you're already doing the first big step. And lastly is uplifting and supporting people to foster healthy competitive gaming. That's things like sportsmanship, regulations and rules, and really just creating healthy competitive atmospheres where anyone, regardless of skill level, can play and compete and grow. Next slide. Already said this. Fun fact though, I've known every single president of this club since it started. Back in 2010, when Carmen started it alongside a bunch of people, it's been really cool to get to see the club continue and grow, and Misha and Angela continue to do amazing things. Jump. This was my first UBCEA event there, 2014 that I attended, me back in grade 12. I don't know why I was in a suit. I think I was on campus for something else, but yeah, 2014 Icebreaker. Next one here. This was one of the first big events I ran. It was a school-wide, city-wide rather, League of Legends tournament. We had the finals in the library of John Oliver Secondary. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. I want to just end this off with an invitation to you all. Battle of BC is my baby. I started this event back in 2016. It happened in this very venue 3 different times. Battle of BC is an event that's grown from grassroots to global. Started out as a 400-person one-day event, pretty similar to what we have going on here at Expo, and now is over 2,000 attendees at the Vancouver Convention Center. This event centers around primarily fighting games, Street Fighter, Smash Bros, Tekken, Rivals of Ether. This year we have Splatoon for the first time as well. Shoutouts to Ellie. But this event means so much for anyone who attends. Even if you're a total casual gamer who's never played these games, I guarantee you, if you drop by, you'll have a wonderful time. We're extending some very special pricing offers all weekend long for UBC Esports and just any students here. So if you drop by our booth at the back, definitely come say hi and we'll set you up with a pass. And lastly is CGIS, or the Canadian Esports and Gaming Industry Summit. This event is a first of its kind. We're trying to bring together professionals from across the esports industry to have some really important discussions for how we should guide the industry forward. It's our first time doing this, and this weekend I want to extend a 40% discount to any UBC students who want to attend. So please, it's really important to me to have your voices represented at CGIS. And yeah, thank you so much for listening. I'm here all week, all day. Come say hi, and I'll end off with a little trailer. Thank you, guys.
All right, hit it.
Fresh, doing something you haven't heard. Before.
Perfect. Thank you to Gallant, and thank you to all of our sponsors as well for your lovely messages. Just again, one more time, if you'd like to go say hi to any of them, or if you have any questions, you can find all of their booths just over in that corner. We don't really want to keep you guys here much longer because we know we've already had a late start. So we just wanted to say very quickly, if you want to find anything or any information, you can always scan the QR code on your badge here. And we hope that you can take a look at our social media, which you can also find on our website on the QR code. And hopefully we can stay connected throughout the event and also after. And then a little bit of a spoiler, but a surprise is that we're hosting a scavenger hunt throughout the day. So later this evening, we'll be doing a raffle for a signed DRX mouse pad. And so in order to take part of that, you will be able to scan the QR code. In each of the game rooms throughout the nest, each room has a different code word. And so once you find that code word, take a picture of this QR code now. You'll fill out that Google form, and you'll have to type in the code word, and it will tell you if you're right or wrong. So the way that you'll do this is you'll find an exec in that room, and they'll help you to direct you to the QR code once you are in there. And we just want to say lastly, thank you guys again, and we're going to get started in 2 minutes here with our first panel, the Careers in Gaming panel. Thank you.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Come at me.
All right, hit it.
Fresh, doing something you haven't heard. You haven't heard before.
Imagine a place where your thoughts could turn into stories. Welcome to Peliplat, a global hub for film lovers and creators. With over 2.5 million members and 25,000 plus creators, Peliplat connects people through reviews, articles, discussions, and recommendations, available in English, Spanish, and Portuguese. We host over 60 events yearly through global partnerships, sponsoring international festivals and collaboration with universities to support future talent. Enter peliplat.com and immerse in the experience. Together, let's Peliplat.
Red Bull gives you wings.
All right, hit it.
Fresh, doing something you haven't heard. You haven't heard before.
Imagine a place where your thoughts could turn into stories. Welcome to Peliplat, a global hub for film lovers and creators. With over 2.5 million members and 25,000 plus creators, Peliplat connects people through reviews, articles, discussions, and recommendations, available in English, Spanish, and Portuguese. We host over 60 events yearly through global partnerships, sponsoring international festivals and collaboration with universities to support future talent. Enter peliplat.com and immerse in the experience. Together, let's Peliplat.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Come at me.
All right, hit it.
Fresh, doing something you haven't heard. You haven't heard before.
Imagine a place where your thoughts could turn into stories. Welcome to Peliplat, a global hub for film lovers and creators. With over 2.5 million members and 25,000 plus creators, Peliplat connects people through reviews, articles, discussions, and recommendations, available in English, Spanish, and Portuguese. We host over 60 events yearly through global partnerships, sponsoring international festivals and collaboration with universities to support future talent. Enter peliplat.com and immerse in the experience. Together, let's Peliplat.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Come at me.
All right, hit it.
Fresh, doing something you haven't heard. You haven't heard before.
Imagine a place where your thoughts could turn into stories. Welcome to Peliplat, a global hub for film lovers and creators. With over 2.5 million members and 25,000 plus creators, Peliplat connects people through reviews, articles, discussions, and recommendations, available in English, Spanish, and Portuguese. We host over 60 events yearly through global partnerships, sponsoring international festivals and collaboration with universities to support future talent. Enter peliplat.com and immerse in the experience. Together, let's Peliplat.
Red Bull gives you wings.
right, hit it.
Fresh, doing something you haven't heard. You haven't heard before.
Imagine a place where your thoughts could turn into stories. Welcome to Peliplat, a global hub for film lovers and creators. With over 2.5 million members and 25,000 plus creators, Peliplat connects people through reviews, articles, discussions, and recommendations, available in English, Spanish, and Portuguese. We host over 60 events yearly through global partnerships, sponsoring international festivals and collaboration with universities to support future talent. Enter peliplat.com and immerse in the experience. Together, let's Peliplat.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Come at me.
All right, hit it.
Fresh, doing something you haven't heard. You haven't heard before.
Imagine a place where your thoughts could turn into stories. Welcome to Peliplat, a global hub for film lovers and creators. With over 2.5 million members and 25,000 plus creators, Peliplat connects people through reviews, articles, discussions, and recommendations, available in English, Spanish, and Portuguese. We host over 60 events yearly through global partnerships, sponsoring international festivals and collaboration with universities to support future talent. Enter peliplat.com and immerse in the experience. Together, let's Peliplat.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Come at me.
All right, hit it.
Fresh, doing something you haven't heard. You haven't heard before.
Imagine a place where your thoughts could turn into stories. Welcome to Peliplat, a global hub for film lovers and creators. With over 2.5 million members and 25,000 plus creators, Peliplat connects people through reviews, articles, discussions, and recommendations, available in English, Spanish, and Portuguese. We host over 60 events yearly through global partnerships, sponsoring international festivals and collaboration with universities to support future talent. Enter peliplat.com and immerse in the experience. Together, let's Peliplat.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Alright, hit it.
Fresh, doing something you haven't heard. You haven't heard before.
Imagine a place where your thoughts could turn into stories. Welcome to Peliplat, a global hub for film lovers and creators. With over 2.5 million members and 25,000 plus creators, Peliplat connects people through reviews, articles, discussions, and recommendations, available in English, Spanish, and Portuguese. We host over 60 events yearly through global partnerships, sponsoring international festivals and collaboration with universities to support future talent. Enter peliplat.com and immerse in the experience. Together, let's Peliplat.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Come at me.
Alright, hit it.
Fresh, doing something you haven't heard. You haven't heard before.
Imagine a place where your thoughts could turn into stories. Welcome to Peliplat, a global hub for film lovers and creators. With over 2.5 million members and 25,000 plus creators, Peliplat connects people through reviews, articles, discussions, and recommendations, available in English, Spanish, and Portuguese. We host over 60 events yearly through global partnerships, sponsoring international festivals and collaboration with universities to support future talent. Enter peliplat.com and immerse in the experience. Together, let's Peliplat.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Come at me.
All right, hit it.
Fresh, doing something you haven't heard. You haven't heard before.
Imagine a place where your thoughts could turn into stories. Welcome to Peliplat, a global hub for film lovers and creators. With over 2.5 million members and 25,000 plus creators, Peliplat connects people through reviews, articles, discussions, and recommendations, available in English, Spanish, and Portuguese. We host over 60 events yearly through global partnerships, sponsoring international festivals and collaboration with universities to support future talent. Enter peliplat.com and immerse in the experience. Together, let's Peliplat.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Would you guys like to add what's your favorite game? I can start off. Historically, it's been Rocket League, but recently it's kind of been GeoGuessr.
I think my favorite game is Red Dead 2, I think.
My favorite game kind of switches to whatever I've been playing most recently. So most recently, I've been playing Hogwarts Legacy.
For me, it's called like the Pokemon trading card game. That's something I did a lot as a kid. That's something I still do now. But other than that, recently I've been really loving Velostro, another card game kind of game.
We do have the Pokemon trading card game tournament going
I know.
on.
If I wasn't here, I'd be there.
Right after. So for the second question, how does your role contribute to the overall game development process?
Okay, that's a little bit of a weird question for me because I'm not directly involved with game dev, but I am in a team that manages the IP and develops the IP. So I don't know if you guys know Riot Games. We have two IPs. We have League of Legends and we have Valorant. For me, my role is in that I used to be in a team called World Building, where we used to build a world of, we call our world Runeterra. And so we have like 160 champions, and they need to somehow make sense of that. So we built a world full of different stories, different lores, different magic technology. So I was part of that for quite a bit. But now I am mostly managing what we've already created because we now have League of Legends, we have Legends of Runeterra, TFT, Wild Rifts, we have Arcane, we have other animations, other shows cooking. And so somebody needs to sort of help people align like what the visuals are. So I am sort of helping other products manage the IP.
Mine is pretty simple, honestly. I write code for some of our different gameplay systems.
Game designer is a very broad term for developing a studio. Just like I didn't mention before, the games I work on primarily is called Kingdoms at War and Party My Door, which are two of our legacy titles that are like 15, 13-year-old mobile games, but they're still kicking. They have an active community. Because it's a game that's existed for a long time, I'm working on what we call live ops, which is kind of the continued growth and success of the game. So we still make new features. We do
Yeah, that's great. I myself am looking to maybe become a game developer, so that is nice to hear. What do you love most about working in gaming and your role specifically?
I think what my favorite part is that as a gamer, I'm making games. I'm making stuff I love. At the end of the day, like it can be stressful, but you're making games. So I think that's like what I like doing, and it's kind of a broad, simple answer for that.
I really enjoy the problem space that you get to work on within gaming. They're an interesting mix of like computer science and creative design. So I find that I get to work on very interesting problems. Yeah, I think that's my favorite part.
As for our final question before our audience questions, what advice would you give to someone pursuing a career in gaming?
You wanna go first?
I can go. So my advice is kind of based on my experience, but I would definitely recommend trying to do an internship in the industry. It's a bit easier, especially for engineers, to get an internship instead of getting their first full-time job without experience. And then in terms of ways to stand out when you're applying for those internships, I would suggest, doing things like game jams, or creating side projects to kind of learn different game engines and demonstrate that you're passionate about learning these things and that you can learn.
So I think nowadays, and especially these days, game industries become quite competitive. Yeah, and the way you can kind of stand out from that crowd is, of course, like community building, having the right connections, but at the same time, being a little more focused and specialized. And so, like, setting a goal of like, hey, I want to work at Riot, I want to work at Activision, whatever. Having that specific goal and working towards a specific job really helps candidates stand out. So as an artist, I see a lot of student portfolios who come from, colleges, universities, art schools, and they have like a huge range of stuff like characters, props, environment. But we only look for people who can sort of be plugged into our workflow like right away. So being focused on one thing is, I think, in my opinion, it's a much better strategy.
That's great to hear. We're going to move on to our audience questions. For the audience, you should be able to scan a QR code on screen and then put in some questions and also upload the ones you want to be answered first. Yeah, so we can just start with the first one here. How do you deal with mental or creative block?
So I can really relate to this a lot. I think it happens no matter what, and it's more important how you deal with it than what to do to unblock it. And again, it's like managing your stress levels, not getting burnt out, taking time, trying different things, doing something that you like. If you have the luxury, taking time off. Those are really helpful in my experience.
I don't have really an answer for this one, so I'm going to pass it off.
Hey, we need to make
I'll just add something. So it's there's like a saying: if you have a wound and you keep poking at it, it's never gonna heal. It's kind of similar to creative blocks. Sometimes, especially when you have a deadline and you're like blocked, you just kind of have to let it go and be happy with like this is good enough. It doesn't always have to be perfect. I think setting yourself up for just crazy amount of stress because you're trying to get that perfect creative solution, I think it doesn't work great for you in the long term.
Yeah, for the next one, this is more towards the game development side. How do you strategically build a portfolio for game development? What are recruiters looking for, in your opinion?
Game development as in like a software engineering portfolio?
Yeah, in terms
or-
of projects and stuff.
projects. I honestly don't have the best answer. I would say if you know you want to work on certain games, maybe you know you want to work on a multiplayer game, getting experience with things like replication would be really great to showcase. I feel like just tailor your resume to maybe what you want to work in. If you want to work in mobile games, focus on that. If you want to work on like a console AAA game, maybe try to learn Unity or other engines that you see that those type of companies are using. Unreal, yeah.
Thank you for that. With major companies in the industry performing mass layoffs, how can people in the industry improve their job security, in your opinion?
In my opinion,
Anyone's opinion.
I think there's not much you can do as a creative person. I think that's it depends on the company. It's trying your best, not getting tilted, not getting negative about it. It's extremely hard. I mean, Riot did have layoffs last year, and I lost a lot of friends. And it's to stay strong. I think as longer I'm in this industry, I'm learning more that surviving the industry is hard, but that's something that you should aspire to be, like staying strong, don't get tilted, keep doing what you're doing.
So essentially, don't crash out.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Don't burn out. Burning out is, I think, stupid. I've been burnt out. I was just burnt out. But I think you need to take care of yourself first.
Making yourself indispensable is like, of course, going to help, right? When companies decide they need to do layoffs, the CEO or people above them, the owners that need to cut numbers, like they are just going to see like, okay, like they're not happy with letting him go, but they have to make the best logical decision in their mind of who is indispensable and what work needs to happen. So if you end up in projects where they say this is the most money or this is the most potential, like that can help a little bit. The other thing I would say generally is just like be a good person to work with, right? Like, if someone's like, oh, this person's always a grouch versus someone who's always helpful and open and always willing to help, like, it doesn't always make a difference, but sometimes it can.
What do you think is the biggest flaw in junior concept art applications, technical wise?
So I look at a lot of student portfolios, and like I said, a lot of them have everything in it. They're like, and then I ask them like, what do you want to be? And they're like, oh, I want to be a character artist. And then I go look at their portfolio. There's like one character work. That doesn't speak to me like that this person wants to be a character artist. Also, for artists, what's important is to show your thought process. It's not, I mean, obviously, like your execution needs to be fantastic, but what really matters is like how you get there, and doing your sketches, like your notes, explaining your thought process, and sort of organizing that in a way that's sort of easily understood by others. I think that's extremely important.
one's an interesting one. Do you ever feel limited in the amount of creativity you can express because of requirements set by your respective companies? If so, how do you deal with it?
Of course, like if I wanted to just do whatever I wanted, I would be doing a personal project. You're working at a company, and you have to realize, like, well, for Riot Games is a company of like 4,500 people. There's other people wanting to do other things, and you have to work with that. And especially when you become more senior and when you become a leader, you have to learn to sort of like work with other people. Sorry, what was the question? I have like my personal creative outlets, and I do personal projects. And at work, work is work. It's professional, and you just have to sort of, do what's best for everyone else too. You can't just be like selfish. I think those people, like Kevin was talking about, like people getting laid off. I think when you stand out like that too much, sometimes it's good, but sometimes like, hey, look, you're hard to work with because you're just all about you.
I don't know if for my job it's as much the creativity, but there are deadlines for things and you can't just build everything you want to build. And I think how you deal with that is just realizing you're building a game, like you're not saving lives, it's just a game, and kind of reminding yourself like it's not the end of the world. It's important, but there are more important things. So if some things need to slip, that is okay.
So someone's asking in the audience, I'm really into working with graphics APIs and engineering computer graphics software. And I wanted to know how relevant such skills are in your perspective.
I don't work on the rendering team, but we do have a rendering team, and I think for rendering engineer jobs, those are definitely still applicable skills. Yeah.
Yeah, I think this applies to everyone. As people who work behind the scenes, where do you see the games industry in 5 to 10 years?
It's like asking, like, are we gonna have tariffs next month? I have I have some ideas, but I don't really have an idea because technology is always changing, the industry is changing, type of games that are becoming popular is changing, like what's trendy is changing. So it's really hard to predict. I think it's probably like more important to think about where it's gonna be in like 4 to 5 years and like 5 to 10 years, because it's gonna be a completely different industry. Even for me, I've been working over like 13, 14 years now, and the industry's changed quite a bit since then. It's really hard to say. I think there's one trend that I can kind of see though, which will impact like next 5 years or so, is the sort of putting an emphasis on IP development. So this was not really like fully realized until I think post-COVID era. We have companies like Disney with Star Wars and all their Disney princesses, and it's becoming this larger sort of a creative expression, not just games. It's same thing for Riot Games. We just had games, now it's we have comics, we have Arcane, we have books, and a lot of companies are doing this. Even some indie games like Hades, for instance, like it's becoming an IP expression. So understanding like what kind of IP impact your games might have is also a thing that you guys can kind of keep in mind.
I definitely do agree with the indie games thing. As a GeoGuessr player, it did start off like that. But yeah, I think we're out of time, unfortunately. Thank you so much to our great panelists. Please give them a round of applause. And they'll hopefully be around the event, so feel free to talk to them if you want. Thank you.
Okay. Are we getting started right away? Yeah. Okay. Cool. I guess we're good to get started. More people will filter in a little bit. Okay. Sure, we can just start. Yeah. Okay, I think we're ready to get started as more people filter in. My name's Brandon. I'm the Smash director here at UBC Esports, and more importantly, I'm here with Min Lee, the co-founder of CS:GO, right? And
Yep.
we're gonna go through a couple questions here, and then I think afterwards we're gonna open up a QR code, and then you guys can ask some of your own questions, which will be fun as well. So as we start, just give a little introduction of yourself and your journey in game development and what led you to help create CS:GO.
Sure. Yes. Well, thank you for having me, and it's a pleasure to be here. Nice to see all these people here. My name is Min Lee. Oh, hello. Yeah. Nice to meet you guys. Thanks for coming. As my friend here said, my name is Min Lee, and so I created a game called Counter-Strike in 1999, and ever since then, I've been working in the game industry at several other companies working on several projects. So I worked at Valve Software and Face Punch Studios. I don't know if anybody here plays a game called Rust, but I worked on Rust. And also I worked at a Korean company called Pearl Abyss. They're famous for making a game called Black Desert. So yeah, and after that I worked on a few other games, kind of not super well known, so I probably won't mention them. But yeah, that's been my journey. Yeah, it's just a pleasure to be here, and hopefully I can answer some questions.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you so much for that. And getting to work on so many different games must have been pretty fun along your journey as well. Next question for you. Just talk a little bit about what inspired you to kind of build your own game, and then maybe some of your biggest challenges that you've had.
Oh, yeah. So I think with Counter-Strike, I was mostly inspired by just kind of my love for like shooting games. I've always been a real fan of like games like Rainbow Six, and also I was playing a lot of Quake, which is also an FPS game. So I was a huge FPS gamer, and so I wanted to make a game that kind of combined a lot of the teamwork in Rainbow Six with some of the fast-paced Twitch skill requirements that are found in games like Quake. So that's kind of what Counter-Strike was for me, just kind of like that combination of Quake and Rainbow Six. Yeah.
Awesome. Next question. You've been doing game development for a little bit now, so maybe shed a little light on how you've seen game development change over the years since you started, and maybe some lessons that still apply today.
Yeah, it's a really good question. So 20 years ago, the game industry was really much different than what it is today, obviously. So one of the biggest key differences is just the number of games that were released 20 years ago was just exponentially less than what we have today. Like I'll give you an example. So today, every day, I think there's probably like 100 new games that get released on Steam. Whereas 20 years ago, we would have like maybe like 2 new games every week. So it's a drastically. So what we're seeing is today we're just seeing so many games being released, and so one of the challenges as a game developer is how do we get our game out there, and how do we get exposure, and how do we find our player base? So that's really been the biggest difference between what the game industry is now compared to what it was 20 years ago. So now we have to really pay attention to marketing, and just also public relations is also a key part of making a successful game. So yeah, I would think that's really the biggest challenge, and also the tools have also changed as well, because as the industry has grown, we've also have access to much better tools than what we had 20 years ago. So what that has led to is there's been a lot more game developers. So that's it's been quite a change. Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you so much. Watching that change must be pretty interesting for you as well, seeing how it's developed over the years. And then what advice would you give to some aspiring game creators they were looking to develop some of their own projects today?
I would say I think the most important thing is to get as much feedback as you can, and to try to get the feedback as soon as you can. So when you start to develop a project, you always feel like you always see like the vision of the project. You have it in your own mind. But the thing is, you want to get an idea of what other people feel about that project. And so I've always encouraged people to try to show your project to other people at an early stage of development. So that really helps to get you some feedback on how you can change your game to better appeal to a larger audience. And also, it just kind of opens your own eyes to some of the things that your project is missing as well. So I think that's really a really important thing to do when you start a project. And also another thing that I've always kind of encouraged to developers is to try to find like-minded developers. I've always met a lot of developers that always they kind of work by themselves, and I know that's possible to create games by yourself, but I've always felt that it's much more efficient to find colleagues that you can work alongside. And this has the benefit of kind of motivating yourself, because when you work by yourself, there's often times where you'll feel unmotivated to work on your project, and you'll kind of lose focus on your project. You kind of you start to question the project. So by having a team, by having colleagues that you can work alongside, it will help you to kind of stay focused and also give you a better perspective of the project. So I would say those were my two biggest pieces of advice.
Yeah. Awesome. Yeah, thank you so much. And I think last question before we get to some audience questions, before everyone here will be able to ask whatever they'd like. Do you have maybe a favorite part of your job, or perhaps a favorite memory or something that you look back on, maybe a particular accomplishment or really anything that you just think of really proudly?
That's a really good question. I think the best part of game development is really just showing your game to an audience, and being able to find players that can sort of see the vision that you have for your game. And so I think that's really the most exciting part of the game development, is finding your audience, finding your player base, finding people who understand what you're trying to develop. And when you do that, it motivates you to make your game. And I think that's really I think that's the best part about game development, is being able to find that audience. Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you so much for sharing. Those are the questions that we've had for you. Now, I think we are good to open it up to the audience. Perhaps, maybe.
Okay, sure.
I think briefly we'll have a QR code up here for everybody here, which you can get your phones ready to scan. And then we'll have a poll for the most voted questions and whatnot.
Sure. Yeah. No worries. Take your time. Take your time. I got nowhere to go.
Just really quick, actually, I've come up with a question. Do you? How often do you play the games that you work on?
Well, generally, when I'm working on a game, I typically play them quite often to basically just get some feedback for them. And I've always tried to play them with like random people, like different people. Like I don't like playing them with friends or family, because you tend to get feedback that's really kind of like not really valuable, because they'll always say, "Oh yeah, it's a great game, it's great, good job." So I've always kind of tried to get my game out to random like players that I can try to find on the internet, and that way you can get some really raw feedback. And oftentimes it can be pretty kind of discouraging sometimes, because you can get like pretty negative feedback. But it's all about finding the player base that your game is about, because oftentimes when you make a game, not everyone's gonna understand that game. This game is not always gonna be for everyone. So you have to kind of understand that if you get negative feedback, it doesn't mean your game is shit. It just means that you kind of showed it to the wrong audience. So it's all about just trying to understand the criticism and trying to try to try to take it objectively and not try to take it personally. Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, we got some questions up on the projector now. Why don't we could start with the top one maybe. So did you intend for CS to turn into a huge esport? And what do you think of developing games with esports in mind from the start?
No, that's a really good question. So when I first created Counter-Strike, I didn't really expect it to be an esports game. I originally just wanted a game that I could play with my friends, something that I can enjoy and play as a kind of like a pick 'em up game. Just something that I can play with a bunch of random players. So the whole esports thing came about like several years after Counter-Strike became popular. So it was never really designed to be an esports game. It just kind of happened that way because like the game, because as we were developing the game, we tried to make the game as balanced as possible. So when you focus on that aspect of making a game that's quite balanced, it just naturally becomes like an esports viable game. And so I think that's really key to kind of try to make your game just fun for just in a casual environment. And if it happens to be esports friendly, then you can lean into it. But you don't try to I wouldn't recommend trying to make a game as an esports game because sometimes you tend to pigeonhole yourself and it kind of restricts your game design, and so it kind of limits in what you can do in your game mechanics. So I'll give you an example. There's a game called PUBG, which is like this battle royale type of game. So originally it was created, and it was a really great game to play with just random strangers, right? But they tried to make it very esports focused, and what they found out was it was actually quite difficult because the game itself was very. What made the game so fun was because it was so random. It was so it was almost like there was a lot of random elements to the game. But in order for it to be an esports game, they had to kind of limit those random elements because that's kind of what esports kind of requires. It requires like a set of predictable outcomes, and it should be based purely on a player's skill, not really focused too much on randomness. So by limiting the randomness, you start to kind of get away from what makes the PUBG was so fun. So I guess my point is, when you make a game, just try to focus on making a game that's kind of fun for kind of everyone and just in a casual setting, and not try to worry about it being an esports friendly game.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you so much. What else do we have? I mean, you can. Sure. You can pick one if you like one in particular.
Okay, sure. I see one here called. So do I like the direction that Valve has taken with CS? Yeah, actually, I do feel that Valve have done a really good job of just kind of making sure that Counter-Strike is still relevant in today's industry. Because I mean, Counter-Strike's been around for 20 years, so in order for the game to be appealing to people, Valve have done a really good job of just kind of updating the graphics and just kind of polishing the game, so it's kind of up to the standards of what people kind of expect in today's game environments. Yeah. So yeah, I do think that they've done a good job, and they've kind of kept the core game mechanics the same. So it still feels the same playing Counter-Strike today as I did when I played it 20 years ago.
Awesome. Yeah, we can take a look at some of the other questions as well.
Gaben? Yes. Okay. So I know everyone here is very curious about what's Gaben like. What's he like working with? I will say he's a very eccentric person. He's really quite fascinating, and just an amazing person to be around, because he's someone that really fosters creativity, and he doesn't really he kind of puts you in an environment where you can actually create games in a very relaxed setting kind of thing. Like he's not like your typical CEO where he's like he expects your game to be successful and it has to meet certain like revenue forecasts and that kind of thing. His main focus is try to make the game as fun as you can and like just just follow your own creativity and like and so yeah he was just a really great person to work for and yeah he's just very cool very and he does seem a bit like eccentric but he's a very down to earth person when you meet him. Yeah.
Always appreciate a little insight on some of the creators. We have a couple others.
So yeah, I have played CS2. Yeah, definitely. I really like what they've done with it. Just it looks really just great, and I love the new smoke grenades. I like how they've kind of added a whole new dimension to the firefights, and yet it still feels the same as CS:GO. And I can still kind of take what I learned from CS:GO and still kind of use them in CS2. So I think that's really cool that they kind of kept that. But yeah, definitely, I really like the game, how it looks for sure. Yeah.
I think we have time for maybe two more questions. Yes, we could pick two more. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So I'll do Eugene's, I guess. So Eugene asks, I did work on the view models for Day of Defeat Source. So they basically asked me to animate a lot of the view models, and I think that's kind of what they really thought that I was really good at with Counter-Strike. They really like how I animated the weapon models, and so I was really good friends with the people that made Day of Defeat, and they basically just asked me, hey, we really like your work on Counter-Strike, so can you just do the same thing that you did for Day of Defeat? And so that's kind of what I did for Day of Defeat, and I really enjoyed it. Like, even though I'm not a huge fan of World War II games, I just loved working on that project because it was just an awesome team, and I really liked what they were trying to do. And yeah, it was just really great time working with them. But so the second part of the question, do I still do animation? Yeah, actually, I still love animation. I think animation is probably one of my most favorite things to do because it just allows me to express my creativity. So these days, I do kind of like a mixture of programming and animation. So I still enjoy the animation part of it because it just allows me to kind of express my creativity. Yeah.
Awesome. I think we have time for one more question. So, as someone who wants to break into the industry as a developer, is it better to focus on personal projects or data structure and algorithms, essentially?
Oh, yeah, that's a really good question. So, if you want to kind of get into industry, it really helps to have something that you can showcase to your prospective employees. So something that's kind of tangible, something that allows them to kind of understand where your skill sets are. So definitely, if you can work on a prototype of something, or even just like a small piece of software that kind of just illustrates in a tangible manner what you've created, that would be really beneficial to kind of understand and just help your employer understand. Because I've always found that when I'm hiring for people, I don't really have a lot of time to understand someone's code. So like if you show me oh, here, this is what my these are all the algorithms that I wrote, I don't really want to read all your code. It's like I just want to see something kind of visually and something that I can quickly kind of get an understanding of. Oh, so you've created this prototype or this project or this piece of software, and if I can understand what it does, that tends to be much more beneficial. Yeah, so I would recommend to try to work on as many prototypes and kind of small projects as you can. Yeah.
Awesome. And maybe I'll just check. We might have time for.
Yeah, I can do one more.
We can do one more. Okay,
yeah,
cool.
Sure.
Maybe we could scroll down a little bit, see if there's any others, or unless there's either of them catch your attention.
can do the last one, I guess, or with more. Oh. Okay.
We're going all over the place a little bit.
Oh, okay, sure. Oh, how about the one where it asked me about working in South Korea?
Sure.
So this one, anonymous. What is that word again?
Sorry.
Sure. Oh, just the last one. So this last question, someone's asking me. So what are the challenges of working in a game industry in a different country like South Korea? So yeah, that's a really good question. So I've worked in North America. I've worked in companies in Canada, and so working in South Korea was pretty different. The culture there tends to be more, I guess I wouldn't I don't want to say they work you like harder. I mean it's they do have a bit longer hours, but I feel like it's just driven by passion. I mean, the people that were working there, they all we really loved to work on that project. So it was not a case of somebody like whipping us and telling us to work harder. It was just sort of we were working on projects that we really enjoyed working on, and so we had that opportunity to work pretty long hours. But I mean, the same can be said for North American companies. So I mean, I wouldn't say that that's a huge discrepancy, but I guess the biggest difference would be I think the type of games that are made in Asia are fundamentally pretty different than Western games. I mean, you can sort of see this yourself when you play games that are kind of made in China or made in, like, for example, a game like Genshin Impact, compared to a game like, you know, Baldur's Gate 3 or game like a typical Western game. Fundamentally, they're kind of designed differently from I guess from a economical standpoint, like, you know, the way how they generate the revenue. It's fundamentally quite different, because you'll notice that in Asia there's not many games that are so like they call them standalone games, where you just buy them for like $50. Most of the games in Asia, they tend to be like free to play, and they have a lot of microtransactions, and so that kind of economy is always kind of the fundamentals of many of the games that come out of Asia. Whereas in North America, there's a lot of a mixture. You have a lot of games that are sold for $50, or games that are free to play. So I would say that that's the biggest difference, and it does kind of define how you kind of design your game. Because when you design a free to play game, you really have to make a lot of game design choices. So that's really the biggest difference between the two regions, I would say. Yeah.
Amazing. Well, thank you
Yeah.
so much for joining us.
Yeah.
Can we get a quick round of applause,
Yeah.
please? Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you for having me. Yeah.
I enjoyed listening to all your answers, and we've had a really good time up here. And that is all the time we have for this panel, unfortunately.
Okay.
But I do believe we have one last panel, the content creation panel, coming up soon. So if you're interested in that, make sure to stick around. But once again, I just want to say thank you.
Okay.
It was a lot of fun.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah. Enjoy the rest of the show.
Yeah.
it, and then I started a TikTok, and that's when Tech Joys like blew up. And then for the past like 2.5 years, I've been doing Tech Joys. Yeah.
Hello. Hello everyone, my name's Anita. I go by Pip Tiny, and I started streaming in college when Valorant came out, and then I started posting TikToks for fun. Um, and then I graduated early so I could full send content creation, and here I am.
Okay, awesome. Thank you guys for sharing a bit about that. So our next question here is kind of like what kind of inspired you to like start creating content in the very first place, and what kind of helped you grow your audience?
Well, it's working. Okay. Well, I started because like growing up, I watched a lot of YouTubers, specifically like Sunday, Think Noodles, and like Captain Sparkles. So like gaming and making content was always something I wanted to do. And that's sort of why I started with gaming specifically, but that didn't really like stick because I didn't grow too large of an audience. I think what really like made me blow up is like TikTok being a big platform, and I really capitalized on that. So when TikTok was blowing up, I decided to like hop on TikTok, and everyone knows it's much easier to grow on TikTok than like any other platform. So I was able to grow a very large audience by making very like unique videos, I would say, because like it's not very common you see an Asian girl making engineering content, right? So that mixed with like TikTok being very popular at the time made me like skyrocket, and then I was able to grow my audience and take it to YouTube and Instagram. Yeah.
I also started on TikTok, but I started just posting for fun. I majored in design at university, so I learned a lot about like branding and illustration, editing, motion graphics, all of that. So it was really easy for me to apply. And once I realized that I could do something that I enjoy and make money from it, and I had a good understanding of like making content and what made it good or what was bad about it, I just went along with it. And during the year where I full sent it after college, I spent the whole time trying to build a YouTube audience, which honestly was pretty difficult. Just because like I never thought I would do gaming YouTube content. I always thought I would do like fashion or beauty, which is what I'm trying to get into now. But it was definitely a learning curve and kind of set everything in stone for me.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, it's really cool to see how you guys both kind of had very different, journeys to where you are now. So my next question would be, like, what would you say are like your biggest challenges in being a content creator? Like, obviously, this job is like, or this being a content creator is not easy for everybody. So curious to hear, like, what are the biggest challenges you have faced doing this?
I think a big issue a lot of content creators have is being consistent with your upload schedule and also not burning out, because I think a lot of people start for the wrong reasons. If you're getting into content creation solely to make money, you'll find out very quickly that one, you won't make a lot of money if you're just starting out, and two, like you're not going to enjoy the videos you make, right? So I think that's a big challenge I had to overcome, because beginning of my like content creation journey, I didn't make much money, and I had to keep posting even though like, I was putting in a lot of effort and I still wasn't getting money. That's a big thing, but you just gotta push through that, and then after you get past that and you start making a bit of money, then you'll get like motivated. Another issue, and I think this is like I guess, specific to girls is like when you make content as a girl, you're gonna have to deal with a lot of comments like regarding your looks or like just a lot of sexist comments. That's a big issue. And that's also one of the reasons why like I didn't choose the face reveal until later on down the line when I grew like a very big community already. And I think those are two major ones. I think the biggest thing is if you want to start content creation, you have to genuinely enjoy making videos, and you have to pick a niche that you're actually interested in, or you'll burn out very quickly.
For me, I went from like a university schedule into kind of like freedom. You could just work whenever you wanted to, and in turn, I felt like I was never doing enough because in university, you do homework and then exams, and then after a couple weeks or a lot of weeks, you're done and then you can rest. But with content and just any job in general, you just keep going. It's not really like until you reach a certain point, I want to put out the perfect project, then I'm done. It's like you keep iterating, and it's the process that you're working for. And the hardest part for me was it's content creation is not harder than a 9 to 5 for sure. But the thing about a 9 to 5 is that because it's so normal, a lot of the issues that you face, like the Sunday scares or even like burning out or like vacation time and things like that are issues that a lot of people deal with because that is the most normal job. But then when you find issues in content creating, it's really hard to deal with because it's like very few people have this job and deal with it. So like, for example, it's really hard to differentiate work and personal life sometimes, or like your work friends versus your actual friends. I feel like it's just different issues that a lot of people deal with, and there's stuff like she mentioned being a female content creator and like being nitpicked under a microscope or just dealing with a lot of stuff that a lot of men don't deal with, especially in such a male-dominated space.
Yeah, thank you for sharing. I think that, I think there are a lot of, interested UBC students, becoming content creators as well. So I think those insights were very helpful for them. And kind of on that note, like what would you say would be like your main piece of advice you would give to any kind of uprising content creators, whether that be like in their own niche or within gaming?
I think the first thing is just try whatever you have in mind. Like I went through so many different niches before I landed on technology. So like, even if you fail in other niches, just like try it out. Something might stick. Another thing is, I think the biggest way to like blow up on the internet is having good storytelling. If you watch any of the shorts I make, like I'm very fast paced. I get straight to the point. And also I start off with like a problem and then you solve the problem at the end. That's a very good structure to follow when it comes to short form content. And also another thing is for short form content, you can blow up very fast. So I would suggest starting off with short form and, getting good at storytelling and scripting. And after that, you're able to grow a big audience. You can switch over to long form. And regarding long form content, I think the way to blow up for that is just having a good video idea. The video has to be like, like a long 18-minute video just filled with like a good concept and a good like storyline, and you'll blow up.
I recently started a book called The Creative Way of Being. I think that's what it's called. But it basically talks about how a lot of artists and creators, or just anyone, when they do anything that they're very passionate about, they actually don't like watching over. Like a lot of musicians and singers don't like listening to their own work. A lot of like, for me, I hate watching my own YouTube videos, but I'll pull it out. And I feel like the hardest part about content creating is just getting yourself out there. There's so many restrictions when it comes to like, oh, I shouldn't post this, or like this doesn't look good enough. But at the end of the day, that's the hardest part, and nothing that you're ever gonna do is gonna be 100% perfect. And sending it is the hardest part, and staying consistent.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, I think those pieces of advice will be very helpful for all of our up and rising content creators. I actually have a bit of a specific question for each of you. So for Tech Joyce first, I know your main kind of thing is tech tinkering with like tech and like computers and all that, but I saw that you're kind of starting gaming content a bit with those like Five Nights at Freddy's videos. I'm curious if there's other areas of content that you're interested in trying out or exploring more. Anything about that?
Well, right now I'm mainly just focusing on the two channels I'm running, just my gaming and my tech. But in the future, I'm definitely thinking of doing vlogging content. That's one, and then hopefully I can get a consistent badminton schedule as well. And I also wanted to start like a finance, like sort of finance and like talking about like making money online channel. Those are like the three main ones I have upcoming. But yeah, that's about it.
Okay, awesome. We'll look forward to it. And then for Piplup Tiny, so I know you said that you're interested in trying to try out more like beauty fashion content as well. Is there anything else that you want to explore like outside of streaming or within streaming, or what other kind of content are you interested in doing?
I think I really want to do more personal videos. I realized that like a lot of my community is it just feels like friendships or like just oversharing with your friends, telling stories and like hanging out. It's not really about the game. And I really enjoy the social aspect the most out of all of that. And I also really enjoy like creative freedom. I feel like if I was given an endless amount of money and then I never had to worry about anything anymore, I would just open a studio and paint all day and like invite my friends over and things like that. So I think doing stuff like that, and just learning more about the creative process for a lot of people, because that's my favorite part. Like I love being on I know a lot of people hate being on set, but I love being on set and just like watching people work or like asking them questions. Like I just like observing.
Okay, that's awesome. Yeah, it's really cool to see like where both of your passions are and like what you guys want to try out. A bit more of a fun question. So obviously we're at Gaming Expo, so I can't not ask like game related questions. So I'm curious to hear like what is your favorite game and your favorite video game character? And why?
Okay, my favorite game is Fortnite because I've played it since season 2, like the very first season 2. And I love the building aspect of it and the different mechanics that go into playing Fortnite. And my favorite character is Caitlyn from League of Legends because I like watching Arcane, and yeah, she's.
I'm also a big Arcane fan.
This is hard. I feel like my favorite game is low-key Mario Kart. Like I get so competitive, and I grew up playing racing games with my dad when I was really young, and so it kind of feels like it just is very nostalgic for me, even though it's different than what we used to play. And it's just a great social game too. Oh, and my favorite character is probably Yoshi. He's my number one pick.
So you always play Yoshi when you play Mario Kart?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you guys so much for answering those questions. So now I'm gonna actually open it up to our audience to ask you a few questions. So if we could get the Slido on the screen. Yeah, so everyone in the audience, feel free to scan the QR code that's going to be displayed, or you can enter in that code on Slido. You can just go on the website, and then you can just start entering in any questions that you have for our panelists and upvote any of the questions that you also want asked. And I'll be choosing through the most top voted questions. Yeah. Okay, well, I guess our first question is asking Tech Joyce, can they play Valorant with you?
No.
Good try, guys. Good try. Okay, we can mark that one as done. Can we mark that question as answered? Answered? Okay, awesome. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna ask both of you, what has been your wildest fan interaction, if you've had any?
Oh, like I think the first month I moved to LA, I went to get udon with my friend, and then one of the workers came up and asked for my signature, and I've never been asked for a signature before, so I gave them my legal signature. So they just have my legal signature, but I haven't had any like crazy interactions, thankfully.
So since that interaction, have you created like a new signature
I
then?
went home and I was like, I can't be giving people my legal signature, so I practiced.
Awesome.
Well, I recently just face revealed. So before that, I think is when I went to a high school badminton game, and like there was a lineup of people asking me to sign their shirts and shoes.
Oh, wow. Like a whole lineup of people.
Yes, from the others, because everyone from the other school like knew about me somehow.
Oh, and
Yeah.
so you signed everyone's
Yes,
shoes.
of course.
Wow. That is pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Let's see. Can we mark that one as answered now? The fan interaction one. Okay, awesome. Let's see. This is a pretty interesting question. So, if you guys have, if this is applicable to you, when working with sponsors and agencies, what are some gripes that you have, and what do you think that brands, talent, or campaign managers can do to help you with that?
Well, I don't manage my brand deals, but before when I did, I think you just aim for the highest number you can get, even if it sounds like ridiculous, because a lot of the times they actually do have the budget, they just don't want to give it to you. So if you go like way above what you're aiming for, usually they come down to exactly what you're like worth. That's, yeah.
I think, at least for gaming, I've talked to people that do content not in gaming, and gaming is very specific, and I don't really like that. You don't have a lot of creative freedom. They're just kind of like, hey, can you show off this mouse and talk about every single spec possible that only like 1% of people would care about? And I hate that. Like, I would rather them give me something and then let me do whatever. Because then it just kind of feels like I'm making UGC content instead of like them working with me. But hopefully this year I can reach out to brands that like I have ideas with, and do more of that. But I think the other thing about like agencies, I do have an agent, and I would highly recommend it to anyone that wants to do sponsors or anything like that, because they're very knowledgeable about the space. But also, like, I hate negotiating. I hate responding to emails. It gives me so much anxiety. So if you're also in the same boat, I would highly, highly recommend one.
I see. Yeah, I definitely know that like UGC content is like very up on the rise, and a lot of people are doing that.
It's good for people who want to make content but don't want to put their whole lives out there, because it's like you're making videos for the brand, but being a creator is like you're working with the brand, so they're paying for your community and your audience.
Okay, awesome. Thanks for answering that. I think I'm gonna skip these ones. Let's see. Oh, wait, this is a little fun question. Tech Joyce, can you give an update on the PC Crush video that you posted?
I answered in my Q&A, but it was staged. He's actually one of my friends, and he's in Waterloo, so like I can't film a video with him. But no, he did not get the PC, and he was strictly an actor. Sorry.
Aw. Oh, okay. This is pretty interesting. Maybe if both of you guys can give your insight. Is there a specific action or rite of passage that can guarantee success as a content creator?
I think for short form content, yes. Like, for short form, all you really need is good storytelling, right? Like for long form, yes, you need like a good idea and it has to last 18 minutes long. That's harder. But for short form, like I've seen people blow up by making a video about like their grandma's Christmas present. Like if you start the video off with like a good hook and then you have a payoff at the end, like it'll go viral and you don't have to have like really crazy resources, right? Like I've made whole videos about like giving my brother a chair. Like anyone can do that. So, main thing is be good at scripting, have good storytelling, and then be energetic and make the video very fast paced, and you're basically guaranteed to go viral.
For me personally, I think it's building a brand or a community. I feel like a lot of people who blow up, when they blow up, they don't really know what to do with their audience when they have it, and so it kind of dissipates pretty quickly. But when you are able to focus on your community, like you'll have a group of people that will always be there and like support you. And it also just makes content a lot more enjoyable. Like I know Instagram recently released like communities, which is like an announcement thing where you can talk to people that want to join it, and you can talk about behind the scenes, ask them questions, just connect with them a lot more.
Awesome. Yeah, those are definitely really helpful. I'm gonna ask one that I just saw. What is one of your favorite videos that you guys have ever made, or maybe like either like a video, short form content, or like a stream you've ever done? Like, what's one of your favorites that you've done?
I think my favorites, like I have multiple, but like just anything with my car right now, because that's like right now the thing I'm fixated on is like something I have a lot of fun with. So anything long form related with my car, and then short form, I think my snack drawer zapper, that was funny to make, and like it's really funny to script those because like you guys think like I'm actually zapping my brother. I'm not. It's just like for fun. So we're having a lot of fun behind the scenes, like just like screaming and being stupid. So those are really fun to make. And stream, I don't stream. I've streamed before in the past, but like it's not really been a big thing, so I don't really have fun with those.
I think my favorite video, I don't know, there's like so many that I'm like, because I don't watch my own content. I guess I have a vlog channel and my favorite video has to be probably my Japan vlog. I went with a lot of people because I went to Korea for champs, and then a bunch of people, including me, were like, let's just go to Japan after. And so I hung out with a lot of people that I didn't expect to hang out with. And then one of my friends, he carries a film camera with him all the time. So and he takes a bunch of random candid pictures. So it was really easy for me to remember and like reminisce on that trip. And then for gaming, I unironically think that my setup video was my favorite because I've never filmed like a video like that. I had my partner filming me, and then I was just talking to him in the camera the whole time. And then like you guys never see my PC, you always see me. So it was interesting to see like people's reaction. And I didn't think that people would actually want to know what my setup looked like until then.
Thank you. Yeah, those are really fun videos, guys. Let's see. How do you get comfortable filming your work process in a way that isn't going to get in the way of you doing your actual work?
Well, usually before I film, I have like a general idea of what I know I'm gonna make. And then while I'm filming, I think of like funny little things. Like 90% of what I film is not in the video. So like it's just little small clips where I'm like saying something that's funny, and then the rest of it is just me working on whatever I'm doing. So for me, it doesn't get in the way at all because like 99% of what I'm doing isn't like directly talking to the camera. Yeah, I think that's it.
I've been vlogging for a long time, and I used to just record everything and then cut it afterwards. But I recently took a break because I was editing all my traveling vlogs and it took forever. And I did more sit down videos, and that made me realize that if I really wanted to make really nice content, I have to spend a lot of time. So honestly, like, I've talked to some people about advice for that, and they say just fake it. Like, obviously not make everything fake, but for example, if I wanted to film like me getting ready for stream, I would do it a couple hours before I would normally get ready for stream because it would take a lot longer. Just things like that where it's like if I want to film something about me working, I need to make sure that I can still actually do the work.
Thanks for sharing that. Let's see. Being a content creator definitely comes with challenges. What part of your experience makes you feel that your work and journey so far has been worth it and motivates you?
Well, obviously, like directly seeing the views and like your subscriber count go up is very rewarding. Also, like making content is could be very lucrative, so that's also another thing. Sorry. Oh. Wait, are you asking what's hard?
Like what makes you feel like it's been worth it? So I guess it's kind of
Right, right.
similar. Yeah.
Yeah, just seeing the reaction you get from the video you made, especially if you put a lot of effort into it, that's like the number one thing for me. Like I love seeing the feedback I get from my community, and yeah.
I started streaming Valorant, and my first like series was me getting better at the game. So I never played off stream, and like I would stream my coaching or scrims or VOD reviews. And at one point, like I wanted to go pro, and I wanted to show that like because I didn't really play FPS games before, and I wanted to show that you could still get better if you just put in the work, and like women can do that too. And so for me, I think like seeing a lot of people be like, oh, I got a lot better because of you, or a lot of women say that they have like not as much ranked anxiety anymore. It just makes me super happy. And I also vlogged a lot of like my behind the scenes of streaming and content, and I always share advice about how to get started. And so like also hearing and seeing people grow because of that. Somebody that blew up, I think a year and a half ago, she used to watch me a lot, and she just full sent it. And like I reached out to her because I was like, oh, I loved your content. She was like, you're the reason that I started, and it just made me so happy.
Yeah, that's really great to hear. No, I think like you guys being content creators like help so many people like, kind of get their start, and it's really, really super inspiring. We don't know how we are for time. Okay, I can probably do one more question. So, how do you guys balance staying authentic and putting on an online persona?
Well, the thing is, I feel like when I'm on camera, I definitely like exaggerate my personality a bit. But end of the day, it's like I'm making content that I find funny. So like, I feel like I'm not like I'm not like fully faking it. Otherwise, it would be unenjoyable for me, right? And also another thing, I'm like 99% of like the funniness of my video is like after I film, I'm good at editing. So I feel like there's no unauthenticness to like what I film, if that makes sense.
I feel like I'm very, very authentic because I went into streaming not really like thinking about a persona or like making it. And I also, as a content creator and watching other content creators, you can tell when someone's putting on a persona and it just doesn't feel as nice. And for me, I don't have like a YouTuber voice or like a crazy like niche about myself. So I feel like being myself is the best way. And I trust myself to make stuff that looks good or whatever it is, and just kind of go with my gut.
Okay, awesome. Thank you guys so much for sharing. I think we're at time now. So, yes, thank you so much again for coming to our event and for sharing all of your answers with our audience. So, if you guys could all give them another big round of applause for coming to our event. Okay, thank you guys.
Come at me.
Going once. Okay, we're gonna do a re-roll then. We could spin one more time. We have a Nick Hong. Perfect. Congratulations. You've won the first 3-day spectator pass for Battle of BC. For more information, you can head on over to the gallant booth and they'll be able to get you in. Or he just raised his hand over there. Thank you. And then last spin for the last ticket. Can I get a round of applause? Do I have a Kayla Ang? Is it Kayla? Yeah. Congratulations.
Tell her where to go. Okay, thank you very much. So now we'll move on to our next raffle. Second raffle. Slide 20. Oh, sorry. Slide 25. Yes. Yes. Okay. So our second raffle, we will be giving away a DRX shirt. So this is going to be a separate QR code than the one before. So we do need you to sign up again. So we'll give maybe 5 to 10 minutes to sign up for this one. I mean, valid. Oh, but you want to give away both. Okay, sorry. We're also going to be adding a tote bag as well. So either a DRX shirt, which we'll spin for first, and then a DRX tote bag after. So sign up with the same QR code if you want a chance to win both. Last chance, we're gonna give it 1 more minute. Please sign up if you have not already. A couple more seconds. Okay, 3, 2, 1. We are closing the raffle now. So now we're gonna do another random number generator. Okay, can I get a drum roll, please, while we spin? This is for the DRX shirt. Go ahead. Lucky number 33. And that will be Braulio Matos. Sorry if I'm saying your name wrong. Congratulations, winning the DRX shirt. Yes. Here you go. Okay, and one more raffle. This is going to be for our DRX tote bag. Can we get another drum roll, please? Okay, who signed up last? And that would be Chris Fang. Congratulations.
Okay, we got one last raffle left for you guys. Can you go back to the camera? And the next one. Forward more. One more. Yeah. Okay. Our very last raffle, we will be giving away a Drunk Deer keyboard. This is the G75 version. So if you want a chance to win this keyboard right here, please enter the raffle that is on the QR code right now. So this is for a Drunk Deer G75 keyboard. We'll give it a couple of minutes. For those of you that are coming in, we are currently doing a raffle for a Drunk Deer G75 keyboard. If you want a chance to win, please scan the QR code on the screen right now. Okay. Okay, 30 seconds left. 30 seconds to enter the Drunk Deer giveaway. Okay, we're gonna close it in 3, 2, 1. Okay, can we go back to the wheel? No, 163, 163. A lot of people want this one. Okay, we'll see who ends up getting it. Can I get 5 big booms for this raffle, please? Boom! 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 93, okay. And that's gonna be Sophia Tan. Do we have Sophia Tan here? Okay, let's give a big round of applause for Sophia. Congratulations. Okay, and that will be it for today. So the next thing we have up in our schedule is our Valorant show match. We are setting up for it right now, so it should be starting in about 30 minutes. So if you guys want to see the Valorant show match, it will be UVC Black versus SFU Crimson, and it will be streamed as well. So if you're unable to join in person, you can also watch our stream. But we'll see you guys in a bit. Thank you.
So many, there's just too much to know.
Welcome to Peliplat, a global hub for film lovers and creators. With over 2.5 million members and 25,000 plus creators, Peliplat connects people through reviews, articles, discussions, and recommendations, available in English, Spanish, and Portuguese. We host over 60 events yearly through global partnerships, sponsoring international festivals and collaboration with universities to support future talent. Enter peliplat.com and immerse in the experience. Together, let's Peliplat.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Come at me.
All right, hit it.
Fresh, doing something you haven't heard. You haven't heard before.
Imagine a place where your thoughts could turn into stories. Welcome to Peliplat, a global hub for film lovers and creators. With over 2.5 million members and 25,000 plus creators, Peliplat connects people through reviews, articles, discussions, and recommendations, available in English, Spanish, and Portuguese. We host over 60 events yearly through global partnerships, sponsoring international festivals and collaboration with universities to support future talent. Enter peliplat.com and immerse in the experience. Together, let's Peliplat.
Red Bull gives you wings.
doing something you haven't heard. You haven't heard before.
Imagine a place where your thoughts could turn into stories. Welcome to Peliplat, a global hub for film lovers and creators. With over 2.5 million members and 25,000 plus creators, Peliplat connects people through reviews, articles, discussions, and recommendations, available in English, Spanish, and Portuguese. We host over 60 events yearly through global partnerships, sponsoring international festivals and collaboration with universities to support future talent. Enter peliplat.com and immerse in the experience. Together, let's Peliplat.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Come at me.
All right, hit it.
Fresh, doing something you haven't heard. You haven't heard before.
Imagine a place where your thoughts could turn into stories. Welcome to Peliplat, a global hub for film lovers and creators. With over 2.5 million members and 25,000 plus creators, Peliplat connects people through reviews, articles, discussions, and recommendations, available in English, Spanish, and Portuguese. We host over 60 events yearly through global partnerships, sponsoring international festivals and collaboration with universities to support future talent. Enter peliplat.com and immerse in the experience. Together, let's Peliplat.
Red Bull gives you wings.
All right, hit it.
Fresh, doing something you haven't heard. You haven't heard before.
Imagine a place where your thoughts could turn into stories. Welcome to Peliplat, a global hub for film lovers and creators. With over 2.5 million members and 25,000 plus creators, Peliplat connects people through reviews, articles, discussions, and recommendations, available in English, Spanish, and Portuguese. We host over 60 events yearly through global partnerships, sponsoring international festivals and collaboration with universities to support future talent. Enter peliplat.com and immerse in the experience. Together, let's Peliplat.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Come at me.
All right, hit it.
Fresh, doing something you haven't heard. You haven't heard before.
Imagine a place where your thoughts could turn into stories. Welcome to Peliplat, a global hub for film lovers and creators. With over 2.5 million members and 25,000 plus creators, Peliplat connects people through reviews, articles, discussions, and recommendations, available in English, Spanish, and Portuguese. We host over 60 events yearly through global partnerships, sponsoring international festivals and collaboration with universities to support future talent. Enter peliplat.com and immerse in the experience. Together, let's Peliplat.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Come at me.
All right, hit it.
Fresh, doing something you haven't heard. You haven't heard before.
Imagine a place where your thoughts could turn into stories. Welcome to Peliplat, a global hub for film lovers and creators. With over 2.5 million members and 25,000 plus creators, Peliplat connects people through reviews, articles, discussions, and recommendations, available in English, Spanish, and Portuguese. We host over 60 events yearly through global partnerships, sponsoring international festivals and collaboration with universities to support future talent. Enter peliplat.com and immerse in the experience. Together, let's Peliplat.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Come at me.
Imagine a place where your thoughts could turn into stories. Welcome to Peliplat, a global hub for film lovers and creators. With over 2.5 million members and 25,000 plus creators, Peliplat connects people through reviews, articles, discussions, and recommendations, available in English, Spanish, and Portuguese. We host over 60 events yearly through global partnerships, sponsoring international festivals and collaboration with universities to support future talent. Enter peliplat.com and immerse in the experience. Together, let's Peliplat.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Come at me.
All right, hit it.
Fresh, doing something you haven't heard. You haven't heard before.
Imagine a place where your thoughts could turn into stories. Welcome to Peliplat, a global hub for film lovers and creators. With over 2.5 million members and 25,000 plus creators, Peliplat connects people through reviews, articles, discussions, and recommendations, available in English, Spanish, and Portuguese. We host over 60 events yearly through global partnerships, sponsoring international festivals and collaboration with universities to support future talent. Enter peliplat.com and immerse in the experience. Together, let's Peliplat.
Red Bull gives you wings.
All right, hit it.
Fresh, doing something you haven't heard. You haven't heard before.
Imagine a place where your thoughts could turn into stories. Welcome to Peliplat, a global hub for film lovers and creators. With over 2.5 million members and 25,000 plus creators, Peliplat connects people through reviews, articles, discussions, and recommendations, available in English, Spanish, and Portuguese. We host over 60 events yearly through global partnerships sponsoring international festivals and collaboration with universities to support future talent. Enter peliplat.com and immerse in the experience. Together, let's Peliplat.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Come at me.
All right, hit it.
Fresh, doing something you haven't heard. You haven't heard before.
Imagine a place where your thoughts could turn into stories. Welcome to Peliplat, a global hub for film lovers and creators. With over 2.5 million members and 25,000 plus creators, Peliplat connects people through reviews, articles, discussions, and recommendations, available in English, Spanish, and Portuguese. We host over 60 events yearly through global partnerships sponsoring international festivals and collaboration with universities to support future talent. Enter peliplat.com and immerse in the experience. Together, let's Peliplat.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Come at me.
All right, hit it.
Fresh, doing something you haven't heard. You haven't heard before.
Imagine a place where your thoughts could turn into stories. Welcome to Peliplat, a global hub for film lovers and creators. With over 2.5 million members and 25,000 plus creators, Peliplat connects people through reviews, articles, discussions, and recommendations, available in English, Spanish, and Portuguese. We host over 60 events yearly through global partnerships, sponsoring international festivals and collaboration with universities to support future talent. Enter peliplat.com and immerse in the experience. Together, let's Peliplat.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Check, check. All right, and we are back here live. Hopefully the stream can hear me, but if not, it ain't a UBC event without tech issues. But we're finally underway for this show match here. Like Lexi said earlier, UBC Black versus SFU Crimson. All of these players very familiar with each other. Oh. And thanks for watching the match, guys. Let's hear some noise for these for the tech people though. You know, they're trying to do their best right now. They're working on it. So thank you to them. Without them, this event cannot be possible. So give them a hand if you can hear me, or not, I guess. All right, and we are back. We're gonna hop into the game here. Hopefully, very, very soon. It looks like the players are in agent select. My observer is standing up out of the PC, but I'm sure they're ready as well. Hey, in the crowd, make some noise if you're ready to get this game started. Woo! Finally. Hey, make some noise in the crowd if you spent way too much money at the Artist Alley. Woo! Support local artists. Let's go. All right. But we have this match, like we said earlier, SFU Crimson versus UBC Black. Looks like they are in the match already. Quite stuttery. Oh, got some player cams here. Nah, this is so I think we're gonna restart the lobby. That's not even PowerPoint. That's Google Sheets, I think. But anyways, looks like the players will be playing on Lotus here. We're just gonna get everyone to back out real quick and restart the lobby. Hey, if you can hear players, if you can hear me, a quick little back out for your boy. Thank you, thank you. This guy just gave you a bad look. But while we wait for this to happen, shouts out to all the sponsors that made this event possible. We got Pellypat Rogers. Oh, I'm waiting for it to change. Oh my goodness, that's very loud. Sprung Studios? Sprung Studios. I also have bad eyesight. Shouts out to them. Galint. Battle of BC7, I think, happening this year. Later. Or March 28th. So make sure you go check that out. It's like one of the premier events in BC. And of course, Drunk Deer as well. Got some nice Hall effect keyboards. Yeah, I'm just excited to cast some Valorant here. It's best of one, I believe, which is quite nice. And then a little score update for the people who care. I think it's 2-2. Sentinels G2 right now in the series. They're playing on Haven. Grand Finals. The game's starting? Oh my goodness, the game's starting. Let's go. Agent select here. Okay. On that Tejo. On Lotus as well. You got Davis on the Fade. Reyes on the Clove. Reyes, I think. Shrekasaurus on the Yoru. Purrs with the Cypher. And then Thorn on that Raze. Other side, Day on the Raze. Hummer on that Vice. Shakal on Omen, the Omen specialist, and Aether on Breach. So it's going to be quite interesting. They're also sitting right across from each other. So trash talk could occur as we head into the pistol round. Got a couple of ghost buys here. A sheriff in the hands of Davis on the side of SFU Crimson. On the other end, got 3 light armors and a ghost. And Aether just waiting to buy up as well. Looks like a pretty bog standard A setup here for the defense for the side of SFU Crimson. But it looks like the setup will be all for naught as a great rush towards Mound here. Good space taken from UBC Black. The stealth drone goes in. Doesn't really scan much. Will get taken down. Aether with the right click will find one, but Shrekasaurus quick with the trade. Reyes on the swing out will find one as well. Shrekasaurus with another. 2 and 2, a couple body shots now. Hummer left in a 1 versus 4 situation. And a full house of kills there for SFU Crimson, starting things hot in this show match. And of course, if you guys are regular viewers of UBC eSport events, these are two teams that love going against each other in those series, whether it's Sunset Series, whether it's Winter Series that we saw recently. SFU Crimson, sorry, the core of Too Poor, if you there are any fans out there. So shouts out to them. Once again, pretty bog standard A setup here. Great aggression taken by Rubble on the other end. It is Hummer on the Vice, though. Just trying to look for a little bit of space here. Hummer will find the first kill onto Thorn. Shrekasaurus now has to answer back. Will find the headshot. Shakal on the other end, just with the classic, though. Euroclone does come through. Now the flash, and Shrekasaurus will find it. Those salvos, though, will prevent Shrekasaurus from falling back onto the broken door. But Davis is here, covering fire. Aether, though, with a great shot. Shrekasaurus now forced to TP out. Aether taking the challenge. Okay, now trying to push the tempo here. Trying to look for the frag, but won't be able to find it. Shrekasaurus looking for the 4th kill, but Aether with the response. 10 HP now. Has to convert this 1 versus 3 to tie things up here. One member on the flank, one member holding stairs. Stun will come through. Reyes will dodge it. Aether will find the kill. 3K of their own. Reyes and Aether, but Reyes will find the kill with the Vandal. It's a close second round, but SFU Crimson will retain the lead. And a great performance, a great effort from Aether there to just slim down the bank accounts of SFU Crimson. And look at the buy there. 2 members on the Sheriff, no armor even. 1 Bucky and only the Vandal in hand, which was carried over from last round. This should be a UBC Black win here in this round. And it's a nice aggression here. Shrekasaurus now forced to play in Tree Day. Getting a little bit of space. Clove Smoke won't be able to allow them to get that much space. As Shrekasaurus just drops Shakal with the Bucky, but it is traded out quite quickly. Day now on the entry, looking for a little bit more. We'll get seized up here. Now the bomb will go down. 4 versus 4 situation. Still, things looking quite good as Hummer will control this flank space here. 1 member is on the flank, however. Purrs slowly walking away in the flank. They will get challenged, but Hummer with the turn and burn will find 1 Thorn, though, with the trade back, with the nade. 3 versus 3. Salvos will force the defending players to stall a little bit on the retake. And okay, it's just going to hold down this angle here. 2 with the Phantom, making it a 3K, and Day will close things out. UBC Black are on the board. Guns now for both ends here. Your ultimate in the hands of Shrekasaurus, so we'll see if they're able to get any value out of that. Great for info, great for the retakes. That dimensional drift is great on the defensive side as well. Once again, a bog standard A setup here for the defense. Clove Smoke, nades, and flashes coming through just to remain controlled on the A site. They're just going to park a player there as well. The Yori TP does go through to the other side. And it looks like UBC Black know this. They're going to default with a heavy lean onto A, but this Boombot might get a little bit of value here. Does sound, or it does catch 1 out. Is now okay, with the stealth drone unable to find much info here. Aether with the quick peek, but Thorn unable to find the shots. Hummer now looking for an entry onto B. Quick jiggles here. Trying to maybe bait out a defending player. There's now 45 seconds remain on the clock. UBC Black need to make a play here. This Haunt might get extreme value here. Those Thorns come through for Hummer, and here comes the Dimensional Drift. The bomb will go down, however, on the B side, and Shakal and Aether will find one each. And just like that, 3 versus 5 for the retake. Ray's getting pushed by Day as well. Day will find the frag. Pers and Davis now left in a 2 versus 5 situation. That aftershock is not going to make things easy either. Pers will find the first, but okay. Finds Davis on the other side, and Pers through the smoke, through the wall, will get taken down. And things are all tied up here on Lotus. Rolling Thunder available for Aether as well. It's going to be a difficult eco round here for the side of SFU Crimson. Couple light buys come through. Got a Stinger. 3 Sheriffs, so it is still doable, but the ult economy firmly in UBC Black's grasp. Now a jump spot towards that C mound side. A good stun from the Tejo, and a great nade from Day as well. Will take out their counterpart. Stealth Drone now comes through, looking for a little bit more. We'll spot one on the left side, but it is a Yoru, so they will get the TP away. Hummer now playing with the door, and in comes the Rolling Thunder onto the seaside. Shrekasaurus with it all to do. 11 points of armor and a Stinger. Unable to find one either. Great timing, but Hummer is just quicker, and Shakal will find the flanking Cypher. Davis now left in a 1 versus 5. Hummer will take things to the 6th round with that frag. UBC Black now in control of this game. Steel Garden and the Showstopper ready for the side of UBC Black. Okay. One off of that Armageddon as well. SFU Crimson, on the other hand, not too far behind. Both Reyes, Pers, and Thorn, 1 ult point away from their respective ultimates. Is now a quick play from the attacking side onto this A site here. Nice aggression. They're going to get a little bit of damage onto the breakable doors as well as the Steel Garden does come through. Davis, primary jam. Pers is on the site though, but will get smoked off. Does have access to the weapon, so not sure if they're going to go for this. Aether is on that close plant, and it's kind of risky. Day will nade things out, but Pers will find the frag first. Day, however, from the grave will get the trade with those paint shells. Thorn now drop down into drop here. A good jump spot from Shakal. We'll spot at least one of them out, as now the pace is being pushed here. Both of those defensive players flooding into the trees. Armageddon used for this site hold, and in comes the salvos as well. We'll find the first, but still has to find 2 here, and it's already half. Davis should quite easily get this. Will do so. Okay. All they're looking for is some damage, but Reyes will prevent that from occurring. And just like that, we're once again tied. And a good site retake from SFU Crimson there. Able to cleanly flood the site, not even use any of their LTs for that, which is great because now the ult economy is firmly back in their control. Money, however, still not looking too great for them, as Thorn will decide to go for this A aggression once again. Good salvos will force these defensive players into a weird position. Day will find 2 before falling, but Davis is here. Will only find 1 as okay is quick on the trade. Hummer now fighting this mid aggression here. Sentinel v Sentinel. Pers wants to take the fight. Hummer, the timing. Purrs will swing and Hummer will fall. And Reyes now looking for a little bit more. Will pop the not dead yet. But a good flood from Shakal will find Reyes twice. Now the bomb will go down here. Shakal does have the from the shadows, but do they know that this flank is coming in? Now they do. The stealth drone doing its job, and Shakal with the third kill of the round. And it's a ping pong effect from these teams as UBC Black take one round. Once again, SFU Crimson onto an eco as we get a tech pause here. Hopefully we can resolve these issues. Fingers crossed. I love these guys. Look at these Mama Bear and the two baby bears with the lotus on the head. It looks like the issue was just a little bit of a player DC, but I think they're back. Timer is ticking. My observer just said Valentine's Day. I kind of just want to walk away. I don't know what that is. Did they add that in for Valentine's Day? Disgusting. A push now from the defense here. UBC chants in the crowd right now. Lovely as Hummer looking for the first fight here. Will bring down Reyes. Thorn is there as well, but both these defense members are on that light buy. So not a ton they can do except maybe, you know, find a headshot here and there as okay. Prepped with the self drone. Gonna enter B with it. Does spot out the tripwire, but nothing much out of it. Can't even break the trip, I believe. As now Salvos will come through on the C side. Purrs is low and unable to find the shots through that wall. Okay, with a quick 2 as well. Starting to heat up. Shakal on the Giga Lurk, but Reyes with the turn and burn. That's gotta sting. Day now pushed all the way into the spawn. We'll look for more. Thorn will find a kill onto their counterpart, and just like that, they'll find a few, but okay. Uses the Armageddon, secures the round, will get the ace as well. And the crowd is loving that. 11-3. Absolutely dominating the server right now. Another gun round here for both sides. Couple regen armors, but other than that, both teams pretty confident. A nice haunt will spot out at least a little bit of information as that is instantly shot. Day with the showstopper, maybe looking to make a grand entrance here. Shrekasaurus, however, does have the gate crash available, I believe, as well as, maybe they faked it. It looks like they faked it. But they also have the Euro Ultimate as well. Davis, Nightfall in the wings, ready. As now UBC Black will just play with that revolving door and leave Hummer very inserted. If you take a look at the minimap here, all the members of SFU Crimson are leaning towards that A side with 2 members on B. But it looks like the information will be conveyed over as now Hummer looking for a nasty little lurk as Purrs through the cage, trying to find one here. Good aftershock And Dave will just confidently swing out, but Thorn, once again, punishing the push out. And just like that, the retake will be easier. Thorn will find a second as well. Nightfall will come through, tagging both players onto the site. And the defensive flood is imminent. Okay, we'll find the first player. Shakal will find one for themselves as well. And just like that, it's a 3 versus 3 situation. Bomb's still not down yet. 15 seconds on the clock. There's a huge flank, however, but Thorn could be the difference maker in this round. 3K already. Hummer now has to speed things up. We'll find the first on the flank. Shakal will find one as well. Thorn now has to get it all. Thorn with an ace of their own. If you could do it, I could do it too. Thorn cleaning things up for SFU Crimson here, bringing them back within striking distance. Showstopper now in the hands of both Rays players. Incoming anime fight, question mark? I guess we'll see. That's a good flashpoint. We'll come through. Thorn, 7 kills in a row now. We'll find 2 in the round. Shakal finally cleans things up, but not after taking a ton of damage. Salvos will come through, forces the gate crash out of Shrekasaurus. And things will grind to a standstill here. UBC members tagged out by the Haunt. Davis absolutely owning these kids right now, as Shrekasaurus will find one of their own. Hummer now, 1 versus 4. Hey, 5 gifted. But it looks like their time is nigh. As Hummer is just going to get slowly strangled by this defense. Hummer will find the first. 2 members still on the flank, and this fade in tree room is just wreaking havoc right now. Bomb will be recovered, however, and the door will be broken. A quick tap on the B site will come through, and a break of the trip as well, but all 3 of these defensive members are just happy to take the trades here, and Ray is just going to clean things up. We're back to tied. We're back to even here. UBC Black finally forced to really scrape the bottom of the barrel, at least money-wise. Hummer buys down to the last 50 creds. Half-armored Guardian in hand. Once again, nice little A-push this time. No response from the defense here, so UBC Black is just going to take all the space for free. Boombout now goes in. Good salvos as well. We'll clear out the backside. The blind misses though, but Shrekasaurus unable to find the kill, and a great aftershock from Aether will make things a 2-player advantage for the attacking side. Pers does not want this to go much longer, but Shakal will find one of the Rays. Showstopper from the defense now comes through. Thorn looking to make a mountain out of a molehill right now, looking for a couple kills, a good TP onto the site. We'll find the first onto okay, but Shakal is in the back line. It's going to cause some problems. Pers will find one, but Aether and Shakal clean things up. 6-5 for UBC Black, but if I were to, if I were a gambling man, I would say Crimson's got a nice little strat here to hopefully tie things up here going into the halftime. Unfortunately, money not looking great for them either. 1 member forced on the Bucky and another on that Sheriff. But they got a rifle in Thorn's hands. Should be okay, right? Davis with the big gun as well. As UBC Dave will use their Showstopper just to create a little bit of space. Spots out the clone and stunned by the own teammate, but they will get this A site relatively easily here. Davis through the smoke with the Odin, unable to find its mark, as Dave will try to push the tempo, but Davis will punish. And look at this, Hummer once again on the flank. A great insert onto the C site allows the From the Shadows to come through at a quick rotation, and the bomb will go down. The attacking members are very split, though. UBC Black will have to quickly rotate here to support their fellow teammates. It's now Aether. Rolling Thunder in hand. We'll send it into the site, forcing Thorn into CT, and Shakal's already there. Purse now stunned up for what seems like ages. And now Ray is stuck between a rock and a hard place. Forced to run through these thorns, and Hummer is aware. We'll find the first kill. Brought down low, though, and Shrekasaurus is there. We'll find the trade, but 1 versus 3. Time not on their side. This should be another round win for the attack. Yes, it will be. And UBC Black will take a 2-round advantage going into the half. Crimson now on the chopping block. Gonna get tested here on this offense, especially against that Vice Tejo setup here. Those salvos plus Razorvine combo, extremely deadly. And Thorn and Shrekasaurus are gonna have to be surgical with their entries here. As the time ticks down into the second pistol round. Look at this. Was it 3v3 fight in mid? Shrekasaurus will find the first 2, but okay. Looking to answer back. Purrs does not like that, however. We'll find one of their own. Aether gets the trade out, but after that scrappy fight mid, Crimson will come out on top here. 3-2. Player advantage for their side. And look at this. Okay, it's just brought down extremely low as well. Shrekasaurus will just end their misery. Now, Aether left in a 1 versus 3 situation. Definitely doable, I would say, but it's going to take a grand effort here as this perfect ping pong setup. A couple jiggles. Aether getting jiggled to oblivion pretty much as they're going to have to fight World War III, it seems. We'll find the first 2, though. Raise, however, with the trade. Aether made it interesting, but Crimson with their second pistol round of the game. I just heard a stack B call from one of the players. Doesn't look like they were hurt though. That's looks like the A stack will come through for the defense here. Crimson will send a little exploration squad through B, trying to scout out these uncharted territories. The Shrekasaurus will be the lead. It looks like. Takes a look. Doesn't find any Vice utility. I believe they're looking for that shear. Doesn't find it on the B site. So it looks like the pivot will come through. And it might be right into the hands of this Vice here. Gun advantage most definitely on their side, however. And Hummer is probably not long for this world. Classic, no armor. Naked. Whoa! Finds the first onto Thorn, but Purse, thankfully, will clean things up there. 1-for-1 trade. And in this case, definitely beneficial for the attacking side. Okay, now snuck their way onto site. Hello, team? Davis will get taken down, but I mean, of course, Shrekasaurus and Raze will clean things up here. Both of the rifles. And Crimson, a much cleaner anti-eco this time around. Full buy now coming through for UBC Black. And a quite healthy buy for SFU Crimson as well. 3 full rifles, a Guardian, and a Stinger. I'd be pretty happy with that. And a quick aggression here onto the B site. The shear wall is here, however. Shakal with the smoke as well. They're going to send the clone in. It's going to go through, and Thorn, it's just going to satchel right in as well, but the shear wall doing its job. Razor Vines, of course, helping out as Aether will find that kill. The Razor Vines being activated onto C as well will prevent any quick rotations as Purrs. Wow. Just absolutely demolishes Day. Sits them down. As now they will be added into the game as a prong of attack, but Aether will clean things up. Ray is now next on the chopping block here. Aether with the off angle will find their third kill, potentially looking for an ace of their own here, as the offense looks like they want to just hit the C site very quickly. Hummer, however, is here on that Vice. We'll look for the first kill. Davis will find them, though. Nice flashpoint, and Aether with the fourth as well, swinging for the fifth here. Gonna look for it, but Strekosaurus shuts things down and makes things completely interesting. We'll find the kill onto OK as well, as Strekosaurus, the nightmare for UBC Black, winning that 1v2 clutch in what seemed like a, very extremely disadvantageous position for them. And we'll now have the dimensional drift as well to work with. SFU Crimson are looking to firmly establish their lead here in the second half. Once again, a bog standard rebel play here for the offense. Just getting all that control, but Day on the other end will look to find some space mound. Purrs, however, will spot them out on the CCTV as Davis finds Hummer on the A side. And it looks like they will be activated, but Shakal with the quick shot, able to even things out, and that's a recoverable rifle as well. Bomb will go down safely, however. As now a stun will come through on site. No one can really swing off of that, however, so it's not too big of a deal. They will send the salvos in, or they did send the salvos in, preventing that plant from going through, but finally the bomb will come down. One way onto heaven here as Aether looking to fight hell. Davis will find one, but trades all around the board for both teams. Now, okay. We'll slow things down here. Looking for the swing onto Thorn. Thorn will find that one. Day, 1 versus 2 now. Has a sheriff in hand, a good nade as well. Will isolate the fight, but Rays in that drop down, able to swing a "you are him" comm from that team. SFU Crimson now back in the lead. Gun round now for the side of UBC Black, looking to maybe claw their way back into this. Strekosaurus will take that gate crash along with the ultimate and go straight into B, as Shakal will just get taken out. That's a smoke sound for the defense. Strekosaurus now looking for a little bit more, but maybe bites off a little bit more than they could chew. Okay. We'll clean things up there. But B site firmly in SFU Crimson's control as Reyes, it's just going to completely push through. They're going to try to isolate this fight onto the C player. Hummer now left stuck on the C side as Davis will shut them down. And a great pivot coming through from SFU Crimson. All three members of the retake now on the flank is Aether with the crispy shots onto Thorn. Will ulti the site as well. That Rolling Thunder forces all the players back. And some great salvos as well will push them even further back. Haunt does come through, and Purrs will find the first retaking player, but Aether able to get one back. Davis finds Day as well, so now 1 versus 2. Time is of the essence. Spotted out as well. Aether needs to find a miracle here after Shock. We'll find the first. They're going to get it to half. But Reyes with the angle swap will find the head. It's a little bit of a close round there. Maybe a little bit closer than Crimson wanted. But they will still clean things up. First team to achieve double digits now, and UBC Black on this week bye. It's looking like a very likely 11th for Crimson as well.
What are the use in lessons if we don't learn? Launching thorns.
3 Sheriffs, 2 Stingers for the defense. And Day is just going to try to make the best of it. We'll find the first. Looking to possibly push for the gun, but decides to back off here. Okay, with the stealth drone. Spots out nothing on A. Ruppel as well. The defense now on the rotate. It's a great read as well. Playing in that CT position. All these members ready and waiting for the sight hit. Shrexaurus with a great peek onto Shakal. Will even things out. A minute on the clock. Bomb still in the attacking spawn. As now it looks like they're finally gonna start to lean towards a place as Davis on the other end will get taken down. The Sheer is here, however. 2 members do slip past. Hummer will isolate the 1v1, but Shrekasaurus with the gun advantage will find that kill. Still a 3 versus 3. UBC Black have that showstopper to work with for this retake here. 30 seconds now. Left on the clock, and Bomb will finally go down. Okay. Spots the first. We'll find the kill with the Stinger. A little bit of suppressing fire as well will prevent the refrag. Thorn now attempting to fight this 2-man flank. We'll find the first. A good satchel will take them out of the fight as well. Reyes will find the other on the flank, and Thorn with a quick headshot brings Crimson to 11. Within striking distance of the win here. And look at that. 6 rounds in a row for this offense. It looks like UBC Black just can't quite seem to get a good read on this offense here. Crimson with the creative shot calling, with the switch ups every single round. Making them extremely clean on this offensive side. Haunt did come through in rubble, but UBC slows things down. Clone procs the Sheer as well, so that's a huge piece of utility done and dealt with. Okay. Setting in 10s. Looking for an off-angle kill here. We'll find the engagement, but Thorn will find their head first. Tor now being procced on this A side. Shakal narrowly avoiding the haunt here. And Dave playing this off-angle, just hoping for a rogue attacking player to run through, but look at this rotate here. They have Purs all the way inserted into C, and they're just going to bring the whole squad over, bring the boys over to C. Hummer will find this first engagement, doesn't find the kill though. Purs is just clean on these lurks, and now 5 versus 3. For the side of SFU, Crimson make that a 5 versus 2 as Reyes with the clean kill. They're going to look to clean things up here with the flawless, but Shakal will force the not dead yet out of Reyes, finding both frags there. Finding a third as well, but Crimson on to that match point. 5 opportunities to close things out here in regulation. And it's against a broken bye here. Okay. Feeling very vulnerable. Just with the rifle, no armor. And Aether forced to get this weaker weaponry in the Stinger in their hands. There's once again a great shot call here from the end of SFU Crimson. Just avoids the showstopper completely, but as I say that, UBC Day will find Purs on the lurk. Hummer now will be tested on the site. and is unable to find the kills. Thorn with the two of their own. The end is imminent now, as SFU Crimson look to have a flawless attacking half here. Shakal looking to claw things back here. We'll have to retake with a man down. Fade out for Crimson as well. Time is ticking. About 10, maybe 15 seconds has already elapsed. So this retake has got to be clean, but the Nightfall tags too. A good flash as well. Both players blinded up, and now Davis. And we'll just end things there. Crimson, once again, beating the UBC team on home soil. Winning this best of one, winning this show match. Congratulations to them, and shouts out to the crowd. Thank you for waiting through all these tech pauses, as we will throw it to hopefully a quick little break. And we'll be back for the league show match. Thanks for having me, fellas, and I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your night. Cheers.
change, started acting strange, had my life in my own hands. Meanwhile, I was wasting time, thinking things were fine, but you had other plans. Behind your weak disguise, all the worthless lies, I was wrong and now I know. Don't think that I won't try, this is not goodbye. All my life I've been pushed around, always lost, not found, but I didn't realize. Like a giant standing in my way, leading me astray. Now it's time for me to rise. I knew I had to find myself. Turns out I'm on my own. I won't let it go. The right and wrong that you pretend to know. The fire in my heart burns in your shadow. The silver lining can begin to rust, and now I get who I can and cannot trust. I won't let it go.
Dude, that internet these days is so dope. Hey man, what's up? Hey dude, that internet these days is so dope, man. School sucks, dude. You can just go on
could
me
hear
again.
myself. It's my favorite thing, listening to myself talk.
Yeah.
One of your favorites too, or no?
What happened?
Listening to yourself talk.
Thankfully, well, we're really loud over the PA system. I don't know. I'm having fun. Hopefully, everybody here at the Expo is as well. Thank you again for everybody who kind of stuck with us in between the show matches. For everybody here at the Expo, are we excited for some League of Legends to finally happen?
Oh yeah.
Me too.
Same here.
For everybody who's maybe unfamiliar, I am Dimitri. I was here for the panel earlier. I'm joined today by AJ. AJ, kind of give us a bit of a rundown on yourself.
Well, hello, thank you. My name is AJ. I'm a League of Legends executive, and I've been helping organize tournaments for these guys, run events, weekly in-houses, casting some tournaments as well too. Just helping run the ship this year. And I get the pleasure of casting with this fine gentleman next to me today.
Cool. Well, yeah, hopefully you can give me a bit of some runway here. We got our beginning of the draft already.
We're in.
For people who were maybe looking at the current patch and seeing what we're going to get, that's I think the more fun part here of coming down to UBC and seeing what they're playing, because there's that big expectation as someone who's been watching a lot of Tier 1.
Oh, yeah.
And kind of what these players tend to pick is obviously going to really get away from that.
Absolutely. Well, and we're on, like you mentioned, the new patch, I think, dropped earlier this week, if I'm not mistaken, right? So some big changes. Personally, my eyes are on Jax. I think we saw some big base damage nerfs to his ultimate. And I think it's something that it's a champion that was already quite powerful on the top side. Really solid blind champion. He could even be flex jungle with Jin Zhao being popular right now. So I'd be interesting to see that, but no surprise, Cassante picked. I know Ming B pretty well, and he's a big Cassante guy.
Okay.
So we'll have to see if that gets picked up. I know there were talks about Caitlyn, but Caitlyn's been banned. I know Trophy Troop on Red Side was talking about a Cho'Gath pop. We'll have to see if that comes through.
The true cooking. So you gotta, I think, educate me here as a newcomer and as I like to say, a tourist.
Yeah.
Are we in LCS order? Are we in role position order? Because you're saying Cassante for Ming B, but he's sitting all the way in the bottom lane.
So I might be wrong. He's known to flex it every now and then. He pulls it out in in-houses. It doesn't look great, but he does pull it out from time to time. But he is traditionally an AD carry player, so it might be going up to Jordan in the top lane there. And there's that Cho'Gath we were just chatting about actually too. So not a lot of flexing though usually happens to answer your question.
This is great because we're in a best of one. I can just call this a fearless draft. So everything's a fearless draft and a best of one.
It is.
For people at home, basically just champions can't be picked again after they've been played, but only a single game here for our show match. UBCB, I should say.
Yeah.
For their team composition, I think they have some really great burst. You're talking about the range of something like a Corki can eventually get through some of these tanks. What I'm seeing from UBC, however, Premier is kind of being able to match that with an Ezreal, can skirmish in the laning phase. We'll see what these two junglers are able to do. I'm assuming the Echo is going to be sitting in jungle, Graves as well. You have a lot of really resource-intensive champions here. They're going to be looking to hopefully get a couple of early kills.
Absolutely, you do. I think it's going to give us maybe a bit of a bloodbath early on, just with the way that those two junglers want to play. They want to get that first level, clear at those 3 minutes. They want to find a gank in a lane. So I'm expecting maybe some more setup. I mean, obviously good setup in top lane with that Cho'Gath knock-up Cassante who's got a lot of utility. In the mid lane, I'm going to be interested to see what sort of picks we come out. Maybe some more utility mages, maybe a bit more support kind of style champions. We'll have to see, though.
I think a Braum here from UBCB would go great. If you guys can hear me over on the stage, guys, you should totally pick Braum. Braum goes crazy. You win the matchup versus Nautilus. You tell Ezreal that he can go ahead and AFK for the rest of the game. There's
block
two
Graves
mates
all.
that you're playing it. Great job, guys. I'm glad
Nice.
we're listening in the casting booth.
Love that.
If you
Love
guys-
that pick. Love that pick.
Corki can also be a flex into mid if they don't feel comfortable. I think versus the Ezreal, you can run into some problems versus the range, but the individual skirmishing is something that Corki can really be strong. I think with the 2v2 especially, we're talking about level 2 for UBCB. It's going to be something that they can look for.
And it is something we've been seeing quite a bit, I think, the Corki Ezra matchup, but we won't actually get it here. Is the Jinx locked in for Ming B in the bot lane. Definitely a bit of a snowbally champ. I don't know how that early lane goes. You pretty familiar with that matchup?
Yeah, I mean, you have range to be able to wave clear, but Ezreal is going to be pretty focused on making sure they get damage down. Braum's going to, I think, have to put on a lot of work to make sure that they get this Jinx into a pretty good spot for UBC. My personal expectation, as I do want to see what this team looks like if we get to 2 and 3 items, so around the 28 to 35 minute mark. They have a great team fight for that. They have a lot of great range with this Jinx and Corki, and I think Echo's going to have a pretty easy job as he has so much push in his lanes, which make it very easy for them to collapse inwards if, for whatever reason, something goes wrong.
Absolutely. I'm expecting a lot of priority, I think, for UBC Premier in that bot lane, like you said. And,
Yeah.
and I'm not too sure
Got a
how well
Tryndamere.
they're going to be. We did, yeah, that Tryndamere actually. So you're right. The Tryndamere Corki matchup. I wonder if that's more of a specific like individual counter pick, if that's a comfort pick. I can see it working out pretty well, right? Tryndamere reducing the attack damage for Corki.
I think Tryndamere is going to be crying a lot this game. I have to play it against Braum, who's going to CC me. Can be a really potent duelist, and that's going to be something that I'm looking at for UBC Premier. We talk about topside objectives. We talk about specifically the grubs that are going to be spawning at the very start of the game. You have Cho'Gath. Once you hit that level 6, that's going to give you some ability to instantly clear one of these objectives. And into the Cassante specifically, you have a lot of good individual laning. I mean, the knockup, the silence is really potent, and the 1v1 between these two can get a bit interesting. So looking for what UBC Premier is going to be able to do when we talk about some of these early objectives as, again, Graves wanting to farm. If you're able to get some of these grubs, I think getting longer lanes with a Tryndamere can be very dangerous.
Oh, yeah, so dangerous. I think those grubs have massive value for UBC Premier, and I do think they have good value for UBCB as well. They were nerfed on this patch a little bit, I think, reducing that base damage to towers. But I do still think they're powerful for both teams. Obviously, Jinx getting excited when she does destroy those towers. I can see both teams wanting to put a lot of priority on them. And I think Echo in the jungle, again, not a champion that we've seen a whole lot in the meta recently, but does, similar to Graves, want the snowball, want to get ahead early, and really apply that pressure to their lane. So we'll have to see how it ends up looking this game.
AJ, I got a couple questions. One, again, this is my Taurus question.
Okay.
UBCB versus Premier. How often have we seen this matchup, and is one side farming it? Are we kind of half and half?
I might not be correct with this. I believe they scrim each other. I don't know the results. My understanding is Premier is essentially the A team, UBCB being the B team. So I would assume Premier team is probably going to have the upper hand here, but it's a late night. It's been a long day. You never know. We could see an all-star performance from someone here, right? We could see be on the Jinx pop off. We could see someone on Corki going really crazy here. So it's tough to say, but I don't think it's going to be that big of a gap.
Okay. And I guess since we do have the crowd here from the Expo, can we get some shouts? Let's see. How are we feeling about UBCB's chances this game?
Okay.
Wow.
Okay.
Look at all of you guys
a lot of
chanting
supporters.
against the UBC team. Nice. Nice. Do we have any fans for UBC Premier? Again, we're chanting against UBC teams. Guys, we have to get the loyalty in order here.
Yeah.
We'll figure this out as the show goes on.
Gotta pick a side here, folks.
Okay. We are still getting through the spectator delay, so the people at home, for people who are watching remotely, you're going to be kind of keeping up with us. There might be some spoilers from our in-game or in-person crowds here as can't get the live spectator client. I'm hoping Riot can fix that, especially if we have custom games.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think anybody's going to be pulling up on a second monitor here at UBC. Ooh. We get the inside look of our OBS, but
here we go.
No stream key.
It's a good sign, though.
You have to pay a little bit extra for that.
Yeah. Comes with the premium, you know? Premier, they're premiums. I mean, hey.
Okay.
Thoughts on those skins?
Trying to look
Firecracker
at
Jinx?
anything particularly interesting when you get to our summoner spells. Ooh, Trophy Troop going for the Hail of Blades. So a lot of that individual lane prowess.
I gotta say, he was talking about that earlier today. I had the pleasure of chatting with him, and he was saying that it's a really powerful laning strategy. With that E, just the base damage on his Cho'Gath's E, walking up, playing more of a move speed build. You see the ghost on him as well. He really wants to lean into that move speed, building Shirelia's Battle Song first here, if I'm not mistaken.
God.
And it's a weird build, let me tell you, but he just runs at people and it destroys them with base damage. So I'm gonna be really interested to see how that matches up into a blind pick staple like Cassante in that top lane.
They also did change how damage amp works, right? It works on true damage now, which is really insane. I know that some of the people in community were testing some pretty cursed builds.
Oh boy.
So maybe Trophy Troop and the rest of our UBC teams here are cooking up some dangerous stuff.
Oh yeah. We'll have to see how it works out. I mean, I know we've been seeing a little bit of Cho'Gath. I think in the LEC, Broken Blade playing it in the top lane a couple games. I don't think it was this build, though. This is definitely a bit of a forbidden UBC Premier.
This is your
exclusive
one
pack.
LEC reference for the day.
That's
we
am
are
I-
not
am I
referencing
limited?
EU.
I'm done. Okay, that's it. Fair enough.
You can reference North America, great continent. You can reference our Lord and Saviors over on the LPL. Please support LPL English, and the LCK. But LEC, for all our
It's been
European
banned.
fans.
Blacklisted.
Yep.
No, fair enough. I
Yep.
can work with that.
Oh, this is perfect, actually. You know, I had some worries about, showing the stream beforehand, but because we have the spectator delay, they're 3 minutes behind.
Oh my goodness, yeah, it's awesome.
Oh, we're
I
getting
just
an
got a
early
bit of an
invade.
invade on the top side here. Flash forced out here. Echo forced to flash out. Another flash. Okay.
He gets out, but, I mean, Flo's here.
What is going on? Jordan forced a flash over the wall. He's ignited. He's low, but I think should be okay. Echo without a flash here.
Oh, we're all
Wait for that
moving
hook.
on forward. Okay.
Oh boy. Stun doesn't
Ezreal just
land.
gets the first blood.
And
All
that's,
right.
That's
yeah.
I think the freest first blood I've ever seen.
And surprisingly, we're actually getting a lane swap here. I would have thought maybe this is something that they were looking for. Kind of moving this on forward. Maybe they were worried for UBC Premier about maybe this Cassante matchup in the first early levels. But, I mean, it's Hail of Blades. He doesn't have a ton of sustain without something else. Oh,
What if
level
we-
1 Roam knows he can't farm the bottom lane.
I mean, fair enough. He's going to fish for the Q. He's not going to find it. He's just going to walk away with those little claws on his back. What a weird looking skin. Fishing again, but not going to find it. Trophy troop on this Cho'Gath.
Yeah,
It's quite getting the value, but it's tough in a lane swap, right? What are you supposed to do as a Cho'Gath designed to win lane, right?
Honestly, the Cho'Gath is kind of fine. He has innate health sustain from his passive, but
Very good
no teleport, I think, makes it much more difficult for
Ooh.
him to actually stay in this lane. And even though he'll eventually move on forward and catch this wave in the bottom lane, they're making this play in top. Oh my god, Jordan Chan's down, so that's 2 kills going over now here for UBC in total. They have a gold advantage for themselves, and we're talking about feats of strength they're going to be coming up. They've already got 2 out of the 3 for Warfare.
They only need one more here. With Graves taking a base, you should be able to run back out of the map, maybe find one in mid lane here. But also, this mid lane is a little bit spicy. Both players already with relatively low health. I feel like this Tryndamere is doing a bit better than I anticipated. What are your thoughts?
He has no TP, has the Ghost, so any kind of health advantage that he gets against MX26 is going to be more important as the game goes forward.
Absolutely.
And once he's able to grab the teleport, that'll be something that they're looking
He's
for.
also
But
got he's also got that innate health regeneration with his Q passive, if I'm not
True.
mistaken, right? So he's able to regen a little bit of that health, but if he's not able to get in range to hit minions, I mean, he's gonna have a hard time with
D
that.
shield is really broken. And
true.
For the people that are actually, since we do have our observer right in front of us, real quick, Matt, could you, since we're target framed on Tryndamere, can you just press Z and see what runes he's running? Oh, sorry, I guess not Z. We lost the other observer that's sitting next to him. What runes is this guy going? What's his secondary tree?
Is it the green one?
Yes,
green
I
one.
figured the green one.
It was
Thank
probably
you.
the green one.
Thank you.
Let's take a look at that.
Okay, so he has Demolish and Second Wind. Okay, we're gonna definitely be investigating my Tryndamere player for taking second. I see it. Oh, thank you. Yeah, we have Demolish when we're playing into a ranged matchup. I think we may need to have some league refs investigate our mid laner here for UBC Premier.
Very
This guy is
questionable.
never hitting a turret, at
No.
least for the first 10 minutes of the game.
We'll definitely keep an eye on that as the game goes on here. See if it ever goes above 0 damage. I don't.
You want to take an over under? I think 650 is probably what we're getting from a Tryndamere. So over under that number.
650. I'm gonna go under.
You're gonna go under.
I gotta wonder.
Okay.
I think you got this Cho'Gath build. I think it's gonna be splitting a lot. I don't know if Tryndamere is gonna be isolated on those side lanes like he wants to be. I think it's gonna be under 650.
Mm-hmm. Betting against the UBC team, man. We're gonna find you. We're gonna sending you to SFU, dog. We're sending you over to the raccoons.
Get over there with Crimson.
You're
man,
getting on the
we're
mountain.
back?
We must climb the mountain. But as we get back into this game, thank you for our team for getting through that pause pretty quickly. We didn't talk about it too much, but despite the early disadvantage of losing out on the first blood, losing out on some of the early camps, Echo's actually finding themselves with a lead. I think that Graves spent so much time on the map that now Echo has a small advantage. We'll see how that's able to snowball. We're already starting to see them deploy right back onto the map towards this bottom side.
Absolutely. I mean, I think, like you mentioned, Graves making that dive in the top lane. He did, like you said, waste quite a bit of time up there. Now he's basing and looking like he wants to find that bot scuttle, but Echo's going to beat him to it here. I'm keeping my eye on Nautilus here. He's hovering around mid lane, looking for something. This Corki can be a little bit vulnerable.
Ooh. Wait,
He's
we're
overextended.
looking. We're making 2 plays happen. Graves is here on the response.
flash from Cho'Gath. He's going to be silenced, stunned by the Braum. He's going to get the knockup. Mingby's getting low. Echo's taking tower shots as well, but no one's down so far.
Or
Exhaust.
so cringe.
Oh my goodness, onto the graves, and he is down. Mingby with the kill. He's getting excited. Nothing else going to come of it, though, is...
There's a solo kill in mid. This Tryndamere just won the 1v1. I mean, Corki can be a duelist, but Tryndamere is excessively annoying versus, these long-range marksmen.
Oh, yeah, once he gets on top of you, I mean, it's over. And that's going to be feats of strength as well over to UBC Premier, sorry.
That'll be the feat of warfare
Or
going
Feat
over
of
to them.
Warfare,
So
sorry,
they'll
my
get their first 3 kills. The next on the one that we're kind of looking at is either going to be the first to 3 epic monsters or first turret. So for folks at home, all that means is we're going to have some shiny extra boots coming in for one of these teams. And we'll call that out once it gets propped up. But 4.5 minutes now, and it seems like UBC Premier, while not playing, I think, the cleanest game, have definitely, I think, taken the pretty big advantage here.
They've got a pretty commanding lead. I think one place where UBCB is keeping up is in that jungle, like you mentioned earlier, 20 CS to 18 for this Echo, and I think he's doing a good job keeping his pace up, especially after that initial invade, right? He did lose his flash early, but he's been holding his own pretty nicely.
And I think it's really funny because we were kind of interacting during the draft, but I think the PA is so loud that the players can definitely hear us doing commentary about what they're saying. It's kind of like you have the extra ghost behind you of like the homies.
That voice in the back of your head, you know what I mean? Like
we are the voice in the back of their head.
That is
Stop
not-
trading, guys. Oh, top lane.
Top lane.
Top gap.
He's
Solo
under
Bobo?
100. Nothing else. No flash available for Jordan up in the top lane there.
Wave's going to be crashing, though. Echo's even following. Not on vision quite yet. Actually, there's a single ward that does spot that out. Looking, there's no teleports on the side of UBC Premier, so this is going to be Trophy Troop going to have to pull off a miracle.
But he's got that passive. He's been healing so much up those minions. Will the stun land? Oh, never mind. Never mind.
Great setup into extremely owned instantaneously.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, hang on. In the bot lane here, Mingby. Ooh, he's
Flo,
looking
you
for
are
this.
playing with extreme danger there. I mean, Jinx with a single auto attack with Braum. Braum still has flash. I think they can maybe get a little bit aggressive here. I want to see what UBC Premier are able to do to leverage some of these lanes. We were talking about some early objectives. Getting those early grubs here for UBCB is going to be, I think, a big win for them as they want to kind of take that away. Oh, wait a minute. Mingby just gets taken down with the 2v2. Oh, UBC Premier, maybe they find that double kill. It's not going to come to fruition.
No.
And another solo kill in mid, and he lives on the Undying Rage. UBC Premier.
That is crazy. This Tryndamere pick is finding incredible amounts of value into the Corki. We were talking about how we thought the Corki would have the upper hand in that matchup, but just has not found it here. And he's going to find the base alive. That's crazy.
Oh, we're hitting the Omega Rewind. Oh, we're getting an instant replay of what happened in mid.
Here we go.
MX26, sorry. You just got kind of gapped. Doesn't have the Valkyrie here. Oh, misclick maybe, actually.
Oh, no. That's so unfortunate here. And of course, Tryndamere with the ultimate, he's easily able to survive that turret shot. Even that Q healing almost would have saved them alone. And he gets out unscathed, right? As we mentioned, Echo was up on the top side playing around top, so he wasn't able to go and punish that trade in the mid lane. And UBC Premier, I mean, they're sitting pretty, except for Trophy Troop. What is going on here? Echo's still in top lane. They're looking again. There's no wave here. Slow lands. Big damage.
Oh, close. This Cho'Gath is in such a tough spot, and I think some of the lane swap, we didn't talk about some of the results of that, but getting that early kill here for the Ezreal is definitely helping. Now that they're able to transition that lead into the bottom lane, it's been really strong. And oh my god, Flo's with a solo kill.
Oh my goodness, what a fantastic play from Flo there. Just showing him who's boss on the Nautilus.
Champs OP. I guess Champs OP,
It
guys.
really is. I mean, there's a reason he's still getting picked in Pro A. I mean, like...
I was talking to some of the execs about trying to get more league involvement here and kind of seeing what I can do.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe we can hopefully kind of get them involved after this game. But yeah, I don't know. This bottom lane is looking really, really strong. And for UBC, even though they find themselves at an early deficit, this team is really going to have a big wake up on 2 items. You're going to have Trinity Force and Muramana finished for Corki. Those are going to be 2, I think, really essential items. And then we're assuming Yuntal Wild Arrows into an Infinity Edge here for Mingby. So either one of these options, if we see these 2 marksmen get to that state, that is, I think, going to be the breaking point as to whether or not they actually have a chance here in this one, or if I think this gold lead turns into something bigger.
Without a doubt, and I think too they have a fantastic front-to-back team composition. So if they're able
Sure.
to set up the waves correctly and get into good team fight positions, I could see with that Braum, with that Cassante in the front line, right, being able to tank up a lot of that damage. I think we can potentially have some close. What are we witnessing?
Oh, we're getting hit with exhaust right in the forehead. Oh, there's a Jinx ultimate that, unfortunately, just like Arcane, only barely shifted the plot here for UBC. Sorry for everybody if you haven't caught up. It's been a couple years since Season 1, and we get another kill for UBC Premier. It just is kind of looking all over the place for the B team, as even though they're on the blue side, I'm glad our top laners are at least having a little bit of fun. Jordan Chan, he presses tab, he looks at his team, and he's like, well, I'm playing Cassante.
It is what it is. It's in the mid lane. Hook
Oh,
misses for the first time.
Flo!
Rote land still, but I don't know if it's going to do anything here. Flo, a little bit of an aura loss on that play. Well, Trophy Troop, what do we do?
Play safe mid, man.
Oh, my goodness. What am I watching right now? Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, Flo comes out of that alive. Echo gets his chickens there, so he's going to be okay.
MX26 playing with 1 million players in the mid lane.
Yeah, this is your
not
average.
a fun situation, especially as Corki, but while not having the flash, the Valkyrie is still there. And buying time, I think, for UBC Premier, UBCB, they really, again, want to be able to hit those item spikes. And while UBC Premier is not a team that I think definitely gets outscaled, or we're talking about, it's all relative, the item spikes that they're hitting. I mean, 10 minutes here for Chiv and already has the Yomus. This Graves is in such a strong spot to carry this game.
Absolutely. He's in a fantastic spot to just take that lead to another level in the jungle, right? Especially against the Echo, who wants to dive on top of the Graves. Graves with the shotgun, I mean, you don't want to be getting close to him, man. Like, there's no way, right?
Oh my god, and sitting in mid lane. This is such a tough spot because you would think with the marksman, we said earlier from the draft that for UBCB, they should be able to have priority to move, but with how these matchups have gone, specifically in mid lane, it's getting tougher and tougher as maybe they make this play onto Flo.
Flo, he looks like he's in a bad spot here. He's going to get this hook interrupted. He's just running away, stalling time, but it's not going to be enough, as I think this might be 6 Void Grubs to UBCB.
Okay, that's 2 epic monsters if they're able to get this entire camp. And that could be a feat of strength that they look for. But I'm looking now at this Ezreal, almost finished with Trinity Force, stacking up towards that Muramana. It's another 80 carry that we're kind of looking towards, similar to the Corki, where once we hit those 2 items, that's going to be that big wake up for this champion. Oh my god. Wait, Graves got in there. He stole a grub, so that's going to be, the feat of strength is not able, it's going to be delayed. That's only going to be 1 epic monster taken by UC. Where are the dragons, guys? Wait, our team names are actually covering the dragon counters. Production, we must fix this immediately.
I see 1 mountain for UBC Premier.
No
Kind of,
pressure.
Maybe. Should be okay. But yeah, fantastic steal there. That you make a fantastic point there. He's able to deny that feat of strength, right? Which is good, but
and we're getting an Ocean Drake next. Okay.
Thank you for that. Fantastic information.
Are you a fan? What's your favorite soul?
I've always loved Cloud. I don't know. It's just fun. As a Nunu player, like the move speed's useless.
Oh,
but
you're a Nunu player.
I'm a Nunu and William.
Can one of
right
the
now.
execs please, maybe we get someone else? I don't know. I don't really want to know if I'm next to, I mean, I play 80 carry, so.
I mean, I was going to say, yeah, is it really that much better? But
I love getting blood boiled. I love getting blood boiled by my
fair.
Nunu, so I miss old Nunu.
Okay, we might have a bit of a gank in
play.
the bottom lane here. Braum should be able to block most of this. Root's going to land.
Oh my god, Flo lands a hook. We're so back, boys.
We are so back. That's plus aura for him, but doesn't land the kills, so not as much as he wants.
They can still go for this dive. We're going to be seeing Echo jump over this wall. It's going to be straight into Flo here. Lands it. Oh, it's right onto Chiv. Is he going to be going down? That's going to be some shutdowns going over if they find this. Ezreal goes right into the front line, and he's just leading from the front here for UBC Premier. They're trying to find Ming B, but it's a Tryndamere. How can play the game when this guy is literally... Oh my god, Harry! Whoa!
Oh, fantastic from... Oh my goodness, another snipe. Flo falls as that's... Blue side's turning this around. UBC
This is the
turning this
turn.
down. This is a massive turnaround here. Stun's going to land. Passive proc onto Graves here. Echo's chasing.
They're playing for content. Let's go, Premier.
We love this, man. This is the UBC we're loving.
There we go. They wanted to give some shutdowns over. They were like, guys, we're bullying the team just a little too much.
Just
Chiv comes out on top, and that's UBC Premier. The dive didn't go perfectly, and I mean, when you're the team that's behind, you'll take those shutdowns.
Oh, you will indeed, absolutely, right? I think it ended up being a 3 for 3.
Yeah, and you
Even
think about the
ish,
grubs
right?
here with this turret plate, it's going to be a lot of gold for Cassante, who can be a really strong duelist. Already finished the Kanik Rooker, which is specifically for the Cho'Gath matchup, but I'm looking at everybody on this team.
I see a lot
It's
of AD.
looking quite useless.
Yeah,
it's going to do not a lot here.
I'm seeing a lot of physical damage here from UBC Premier. A lot of physical damage landing onto that Cassandra right now.
-1.
I don't know if that Kanik Rooker is getting much value. That's on Jordan will fall.
And a shutdown as well. This turret bottom lane is really close to going down. You have the Trinity Force already completed for some of our champions. And for this Ezreal, I mean, this turret's going to go down, and that should be our feats of strength. That's going to be the first turret going in their favor. They already have all of the first blood, so those special boots that we're seeing here. I love Tryndamere, man.
Tryndamere is a champion of all time right there. Echo forced to ult out. Tryndamere is still chasing.
Okay. Gets out. They have complete pressure of this bottom side. I think UBC Premier being able to collapse with their bottom lane, how much priority is being given over to them.
Absolutely.
Dragons, the second dragon of the game, though, going over to Premier. I want to see UBCB kind of look for some contest. It feels like they're not really setting up some of their side lanes at the proper time. And when they are looking for fights, it is, I think, not really with all of the information that I think that they could be going for. We need to see them move up their vision.
Absolutely, and I hope as the game goes on, they start to group up a little bit more and play around that, like you mentioned. It looked like they were trying to make a trade in the top lane there, but this Cho'Gath was just able, with the Qmax and the AP from Trellius, was able to just blow through that wave and able to protect the tower. Is that, like you mentioned, those feats of strength, those fancy boots are going to UBC Premier this game.
Oh boy. The boots are pretty strong, but I think they're not that much of a game breaker as people were kind of overreacted to early on into the season.
Oh, yeah.
I've always equated feats of strength as having new keys to jingle in front of the puppies called League of Legends players. It's like, oh, this funny thing at the top of my screen popped up and it said feat of strength, I won.
It made a sound. It made me feel good.
Yeah, it made it sound. Or if you're the team that loses it, now I can go ahead and I can point my flame at someone. Why did my jungler not contest? Oh, it's because I was losing all my lanes. Ming B does get caught out. Great 2v2 from our bottom lane from Premier, who has been finding double kill after double kill. If they can find this Braum, they'll also be able to open up potentially this turret. This Ezreal feels completely untouched. It's been a single fight where UBC Premier has really kind of faltered. Besides that, it's been entirely their game.
Yeah, this Ezreal is absolutely on fire. He's looking to pick up another turret on the top lane. That's even more gold for this Ezreal now.
And look what's happening in the jungle.
Oh, yeah.
Shiv is 50 CS up on your opponent. Now, in jungle, each camp counts as 4. I'm sure he's also maybe picking up some of the minions. So he's a pretty healthy lead. And you think about the experience differential, 2 levels, already level 11 here for this Graves.
It's absolutely gross here. Is this Graves? He's looking to make a play into Corki in the mid lane here. The near side's going to land. Lots of damage coming out. Flow's not even going to land the hook. The damage was just enough. Like, as UBC Premier is just snowballing this game out of control. That's a third tier 1 before 20 minutes.
Tough mid-game here. 16.5. I mean, it's Jordan who's been kind of splitting. We've been seeing that from our 2 top laners, but now a Herald as well here for Premier. They'll take this Herald, reset, and with Dragon spawning in 3 minutes, I think that'll be something that they can look for if they can try to leverage this alongside it. Again, it's another takeaway from a team that has the Void Grubs from UBCB.
Exactly, right? It's less so about Premier getting that Rip Herald and being able to use it, and it's more so that UBCB just can't use it, right? They can't find another turret, a tier 1 turret this way, right? They can't find those objective bounties with that Rift Herald now. So we'll have to see how they will be able to find it. Hopefully it involves grouping up mid and getting some picks, specifically onto this Ezreal, because he's 7-1-4. He's sitting on 2 items. That
almost done.
Is almost stacked, right? We're getting right up there.
AJ, I see something that is causing me some mental distress.
Okay, let's hear it.
I already said that we might have to investigate flow for this game. I see a Heartsteel being built by our Nautilus. So for all of our dopamine players, as close to kleptomancy as we can get.
It is. And I mean, you can't fault the guy, right? When you're winning this hard, land and hooks, might as well get a little extra dopamine, right?
He has 0 stacks.
He did just buy it, to be fair, to send him a little bit of bail.
Look, as an 80 carry player, it is in my blood to call out any and all possible errors for my support, even if this isn't one.
Would you forfeit if your 80 carry bought a Heartsteel?
If my support bought a Heartsteel, definitely. I would. I mean, it depends, right? Like if I have like a set support for some reason, I'm probably already logged out and kind of playing something else. But look, if Flo is able, this is another over-under we could do maybe later, as we get a fight here in mid. It's a TP coming in from Jordan Chen. Maybe UBC can try to contest on this mid wave. There's a dragon spawning in a minute and a half, so I want to see what other summoner spells are able to grab.
Ooh, flash forward. Couldn't find anything. Ezreal forced to flash away as well. Flo's looking for something onto this Ezreal, but he's
Oh, Heartsteel
he did get the
stack!
Heartsteel stack, but he's flashing away. Why are you not flashing for more of those Heartsteel stacks? Though Graves doing some huge damage. Nautilus with a massive knockup as here comes Tryndamere. That's one kill. He's looking to make it more if he can. Jordan Chan in the backline on this Cassante. He's gone unstoppable. He's going crazy, but I mean, Tryndamere's gone unkillable. That's a triple kill now. Cassante finds one back, though. Jordan Chan, he's looking to see what he can do. The silence is big, but it's not going to be enough against Trophy Troop and that Cho'Gath eat, man. Fantastic play from UBC Premiers. We're just seeing just a wallet diff at this point.
The big items, I think, have already come on through. In the middle of that fight, Ezreal hits all of his items.
Oh, yeah.
Almost 4,000 gold from the bottom lane. And while we haven't touched on it too much, I think this mid matchup has just become way too out of hand. 8,500 gold is going to be the lead here for UBC as they explode more and more of this map in favor for the Premier. They don't even have to take this dragon on spawn. It still has 20 seconds before it's up. They're just destroying all of these structures.
They still have Rift Herald. They've taken 2 tier 2s. They still have Rift Heralds.
And Otacon spawning in 40, so there is so much. I think this is going to be a ruinous one as well. I think we've had a lot of action early. They definitely tried to change that in the last couple patches because ruinous basically never showed up. It was always voracious.
It was a myth, really. It was a beast of myth like Ogopogo out in the Okanagan.
In regular games that were not played by professionals, it was always voracious.
Oh,
but it by normal people standards, I did see this Otacon quite a few times. Dragon being started up here. Unfortunately for everybody at home, I don't know if we're going to necessarily see a soul. Does he make the steal?
Oh, he does! What a fantastic steal.
Never mind.
Able to ult out, but I mean,
they're just going over for the fight. Shiv going through the wall, tries to jump over. They lose the dragon, but they still have this Cho'Gath feast. And with Otacon spawning, UBCB are going to have to make another miracle occur here. Maybe with the shred that comes off with this objective. They're just too late for this fight.
I think they might be. Yeah, this is going to shred really quick. Like we said, the wallet difference, it applies to Otacon as well, man. This thing just does not exist. The ultimate, though, oh, that was a really small number, but it's not going to make a difference. Hook goes in for Flo. He's looking for Cassante, but he's not going to find it. And
my Nautilus has 100 a bonus HP from Heartsteel. That's 2 auto attacks. Shout out to Flo. You're doing God's work out here.
You know what? As much as we're kind of flaming his item choice, he's landing his hooks. You can't really fault him that
Some
much.
of those hooks have look. I show no mercy to support players.
Fair enough.
On the booth.
I mean, well, that was one of those hooks. I
there
don't
we
know
go.
if he wanted to land. He doesn't even get a Heartsteel sacrament. Oh my goodness.
That's called the caster curse.
That
You tried
is
to
right
big
there.
up him, and he was like, you know what? For content.
You were calling me a UBC hater before. I was trying to rep UBC, man.
There
trying
you
to support
go.
the UBC players, and well, look what happens.
Following in the footsteps of their Valorant veterans.
Oh yeah.
As here in this game, I mean, yeah, despite even that kill, I mean, they still are going to be grabbing it. So for everybody at home, if for some reason you've been playing League of Legends and you're just like, man, I've never seen this ruinous Otacon. What does it do? I'm going to hold this. I think Jordan's going for the 1v1, but Tryndamere still has ult.
Yeah, he does. I don't know if he wins this. I mean, he's got a little bit more armor now.
Oh,
Oh, no.
the crit!
No, we thought it was close. Oh, that's a shutdown, though. Up on the top side, Graves, he's fallen. That collector, not enough to keep him alive.
I think this buys time, but who is going to be here to match this Tryndamere in a side lane? The Rift Herald gets summoned here for UBC Premier.
Yeah.
And, I mean, yeah, it can be this Corki, but I think it's going to be more so a stopgap measure. And we talked about a big wake-up here for UBCB was going to be in some of those itemizations. They're nowhere close. The Infinity Edge still about 600 gold here, so probably going to get another minute and a half before that comes through for this Jinx. MX26, nowhere close to having the Muramana as well, so...
Okay, never mind.
So they finish it now. You have Dragon spawning in 2.5. I think even by the time these objectives spawn, UBC are going to be closer to their 3rd and 4th items than you are. And I think you're too far behind at that point. Already 9,000 here. And now this turret's going to fall.
It's going to fall, but not if UBCB has anything to say about it. They're trying to use their power spike.
Oh, it's
that was
full pokes.
That's so cute. 3-man knockup from Flo, though. It's just not enough. Did he get a Heartsteel star from that? He did, I think.
I'm sensing a Heartsteel stack in our future, unfortunately.
But I don't know if he got enough out of it. UBCB able to defend the tier 2 for at least another.
They're going to go for another wave. Tryndamere is here as well. Maybe we get some of those demolish procs. Observer, Legendary Observer Mac, when we have a second after this fight, we can kind of key in on this Tryndamere.
Oh, he's rooted. He didn't get it.
So much CC, but he still has the ultimate. Corki's joined now.
Okay, they're trying. They're chasing, but it's a Tryndamere. He is going to be able to stay alive.
Mega Death Rocket's also available. Did they get the execute?
Oh my god. Oh, but the flash from Jordan Chen, he's going to get the shutdown here. But Ezreal, he might have something to say about it. As Oh, no, it's Trophy Group. He's hungry.
Chip comes over the wall. Ming B. Oh, there's the reset coming in from our Echo, but the exhaust has fallen down. It's just not enough. Collector plus Yomu's. So much lethality for this Graves. They'll be able to take down this turret. This Ezreal, again, such a hero for this UBC Premier team. Shifts forward, finds another kill onto the mid laner of this blue team.
It's Ezreal's world, and we're just living it at this point. 10, 1, and 8. He's got the 2 core. He's going to go to base. He's going to get his 3rd item.
This Ezreal's gliding right now. He's doing God's work on the Ezreal.
It's impressive. It really is. He's repping UBC is what he's doing, and we love to see it.
Such a sad day for UBC, losing in the show match versus Premier.
And sucks. And losing to themselves here.
Technically having a 50% win rate here in the show match, one of the UBC teams does have to lose here, unfortunately. So,
but one of them has to win. It'll help the rest.
One of them has to win.
One of them has to lose.
We have the demolish. Oh, okay. So we get the over 1,000 damage.
That's a lot of damage.
Our Trinamir is just the best. Oh, we get a solo. Okay, it's not a solo. There are some helpful members here in the blue side jungle as Premier take complete control. This is just too far up. Your Jinx doesn't have quite enough damage. Maybe, just maybe, they find a single player here in this last fight.
Well,
but
though, Trindamir's on his way. They don't even have Ezreal. Ezreal's here. I don't know if this is gonna work anymore here. Knock up root landing on. Oh, there was a course.
Tryndamere, I love this champion, man.
He's going on the towers. Yeah, he does die. Okay, Mingbi, the one you want to get those kills, but I think, like you mentioned earlier, there's not enough influence on the plot.
Oh boy. They've got now the inhibitors. I mean, Graves is trying to catch a mid-wave, but I don't think it really matters. He proxied that wave. They'll be able to push as well. They're actually just going to go for the end here. I think rightfully so. At 25 minutes, you have such a big wallet gap between you and your opponents.
It's massive. I mean, we're looking at a 12K gold lead. Math on broadcast. 12K, 12.2K gold lead for UBC Premier. I mean, it couldn't get any better for them right now,
It could. They could get 14,000.
They could get 14. I mean, they could also have like a nice can of Red Bull next to them. Maybe that could improve their experience. I don't know.
Now, I would definitely never advocate for this in a live broadcast setting, but I think UBCB, if we didn't have the spectator delay, I think one of the things that they could have done is while one of them was dead, you run over to the player on the opposite side of the table from you.
Yeah. It's so smart.
And you start playing like tic-tac-toe in front of them. You start Fortnite dancing in front of them.
I feel like if you have long enough arms, you could reach up and just unplug their mouse.
True.
Like that could totally work, right?
Well, and let the refs deal with that.
It's not.
That's a ref diff.
We just cast what we see,
Yep. We would not be able to tell that they're disconnected.
Yeah.
They would still have either their mouse or their keyboard. UBC Premier looking to put in the finishing touches on this game. I mean, Baron is up. You have a pretty decent team at being able to take down objectives, and with this Cho'Gath, I think it only gets easier. Doesn't have the feast, so something that is going to be something we are looking towards, but definitely for UBC Premier, they're looking to turn.
Absolutely here. Hooking from Flo. He's going to land the root onto this Echo, and there goes the jungler for UBCB. Tryndamere, he's on his way. I see a lot of Hearthstone stacks. I'm just going to find one. There goes Ming B. This Tryndamere unstoppable. Graves picking up 2 as well, getting some extra cash in his pocket with that collector. Jordan has something to say about it. Unfortunately, it's just not enough, as that's going to be an ace for UBC Premier, as they're ignoring the Baron at this point. They're just huge. They don't even need a wave to end this game at this point. Their wallets are so big.
They're going to go ahead and put the finishing touches on our show match here. UBC Premier with a rather dominant victory. It started with an early invade, and then they kind of kept that pressure up through some of their laning decisions. I think this 2v2 in particular had a lot of great looks. And our mid laner here, give it up for everybody here at the Expo. Premier doing a fantastic job.
A fantastic performance from both teams. Hey, there we go. No, fantastic performance, I think, from both teams here.
We can kind of move this on up. Wonderful part of the broadcast. Get everybody here at the Great Hall. Fortunately, Artist Alley is also getting taken down at the same time. We still have a couple of show matches here afterwards. I think the Tetris one I was talking with them before during all of this, and yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the damage graph right next to us. Ezreal was kind of smurfing.
He was
so
on another level. You
check
could say.
him PC, him not natural like that.
He's kind of built different. I think, it's just unbelievable.
Yeah.
Hitting him with a wallet. I haven't seen a slacking like that.
UBC has won a show match today, so I want to give it up for all of our participants that have been playing so far. And Please stay tuned, but either if you're here at the Great Hall or you're watching from online, as we do have the Tetris show match is going to be happening after this.
I've heard we've got some fantastic Tetris players in the building too, so definitely stick around for that. Even if you're not a Tetris fan, I mean, it's simple enough to follow, right? I'll be sticking
It's
around.
Tetris, man.
You'll be sticking around. But no, thank you so much again to the players, and thank you so much to the fantastic broadcast team. And thank you very much.
We're gonna be signing off. We're gonna be throwing it to a break while we're having all of that set up. So stay tuned, and everyone have a great night.
Yeah. Have a good
Thank you.